make a sound.
Is exceptional within the parameters of
Martian rain, face out, no more pain. Boom, does, boom, alpha face wheels to say the human race. Martian squeak, boom, boom, that victory. Slave, Earth lives to fight another day.
Take control in the server, love will show.
Boom, 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 bass pow, pow. Boom, 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 boom. The bass go boom, boom, peace. The bass stack, boom, boom, pow, boom.
Gentle waves feel the flow, flow, flow. Circuit patterns light they glow. Data pulses take control. In the server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow, flow, flow.
That don't make a sound. Boom, crash, as no pop. Earth ain't ready, but the body drop. They're here, we're doomed. From Mars to Earth, bodies consumed. Model shake, the ground will quake. No time to run, too late, too late. Ack, look at them coming round. cover, laser beam, pow. Head spinning at Martian proud. They blew up Congress after top of a bass drop heavy, now stop. Boom, hack, on the attack. Global work on the siege, no time to pack. Boom, bass sack, here comes the hack. Wobble, pow. Boom, they brought it boom, the bass pow, boom. Ashes flash, taking over, boom, boom. Earthquakes, bodies drop, axe, stomp, saps, pow, pow, pow. We're losing track, don't run, we are your friends. The bass wobbles can't hold back, boom, attack, boom, boom, attack, boom, bass pow, 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 boom, 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 boom. The bass go boom, come in peace, the bass stack, boom, boom, pow. Earth gone walk, Martian rain. Bass pow, no more pain. Release the dust, boom pow, the bass wheels to save the human race. Pow, Martians flee, boom boom, victory. Beatbox slay, Earth lives to fight another day. Boom boom, boom bass pow, pow, boom 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 boom, boom boom boom. The bass go boom, come in peace. The bass stack, boom boom pow. Don't make a sound. Boom, crash, boom, crash. As the pop, Earth ain't ready, but the body drops. They're here, we're doomed. From Mars to Earth, bodies consumed. Marble shake, to the ground will quake. No time to rush, we're on too late, too late. Attack, look at them coming down.
Electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace. We connect in every code. Sparks flying out, but written slow. electric dreams, electric dreams inside this place. Electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace. We connect in every code. We connect in every code. We connect, sparks flying out the rhythm slow. Circuit parts align, they glow. Data pulses take control. In a server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow, flow, flow.
I'm glad mushrooms are against the law, 'cause I took them once and I saw it all. A field of green, the sky so wide. I laid there laughing, my heart open wide. My God, I love everything. I cried, but the world's not built for a love so wide. Oh, wide. We're all just passing through, from the cradle to the grave, it's true. So why do we build these walls so high, when we're all just stardust, destined to die? We all pay for life with death, so everything in between should be free. No chains, no weight, just a single breath in this field of forever. We're wild and we're free. I saw the threads that weave us tight, the day and the dark, the wrong and the right. But the world don't care for a heart unbound. It'll tie you down, it'll spin you round. Still I dream of that field, that endless green, where the walls fall down and the air is clean. We're all just passing through, from the cradle to the grave, it's true. So why do we build these walls so high, when we're all
built the pyramids. They built the pyramids in 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, not scholars stripping. Logic thinly stretched and twisted. And logic thinly stretched and twisted. They built the pyramids. They built the pyramids, block every 2 minutes. They built the pyramids, not scholars strip, not scholars strip. They built the pyramids, not scholars strip, block every 2 minutes. They built the pyramids, ran an obelisk 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fit, what force moving by hand. Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. They built the pyramids. They built the pyramids. They built the pyramids. They built the pyramids in 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, not scholars stripping. Logic thinly stretched and twisted. And logic thinly stretched and twisted. They built the pyramids. They built the pyramids, block every 2 minutes. They built the pyramids, not scholars strip, not scholars strip. They built the pyramids, not scholars strip, block every 2 minutes. They built the pyramids, the copy of what came before. Who came before? The copy of what came before. Who came before?
A vampire shadow demon, a vampire shadow demon credit your children. A faceless shadow demon, faceless shadow demon, a vampire shadow demon, a vampire shadow demon credit your children. The leader of all evil spirits of the air.
The lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden was an allegorical crypt. In the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge, cloaked in simple living secrets to rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, how can the pyramid ode? The sphinx wears water scars that flood from ancient skies.
The cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the world. The cosmogony, together with the zoogony, the cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the word. Cosmogony, zoogony, the word. Santini Athana Beirut gives the truest account concerning the Jews, since it agrees best with their places and their names. The cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the word. The cosmogony, the cosmogony, together with the zoogony, the cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the word. Cosmogony, zoogony, the word.
Endolphins chalitis, encrypted in the mist, sacred geometry, paper songs, the roots of Christendom, Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom, temples mirror Orion, Aztecs sustained glow, what's buried below, what's buried below, esoteric Egypt, what's buried below, esoteric Egypt, megalithic GPS, who's buried in the stars, they call themselves in that room, gods with cosmic ships, gifted fire, math and law, then dip beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure, the scales of my outweigh soul, not integrity, of what came before, came before, the copy of what came before, came before, the copy of what came before, came before, the copy of what came before, came before.
Endolphins chalitich, the dumb shall speak, the dumb shall speak. Endolphins chalitich, the dumb shall speak. Demons shall drive out, and of the dead there shall be an uprising. The dumb shall speak, and of the dead there shall be an uprising. Drunken, not discern, nor shall they err, oppressed with feeble cast. The dumb shall speak, and of the dead there shall be an uprising. Endolphins chalitich, endolphins chalitich, endolphins chalitich, for all these things I will also bring to pass.
That's ancestral memory, we're all cosmic guests.
They split the lotus stem and wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. It's the copy of what came before. Came before. It's the copy of what came before. Came before.
The pyramids holler him, lies in hope divine, as above so below, to a world world's realigned.
End of the lost, something like Egypt. Hidden with some allegorical crypts written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge, cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy, pyramid O. Irons of gold, alchemy's flame. They mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens, but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was it binary drama? Myths and metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They built the pyramids in 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fifth, what force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge, cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy, pyramid ode. The Sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Money stolen, nah, that's ego talk. A weak hypothesis, truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with some allegorical crypts written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge, cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy, pyramid O. Irons of gold, alchemy's flame. They mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was it binary drama? Myths and metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships. Gifted fire, math and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. But the scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepe dawn when gods walked as king. Left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The emerald tablet's truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids home a hymn, rising call the divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, the truth's a spiral, eternity script. In a language of symbolism, we're the gods we've been missing.
lasciaten, ok, lasciaten. Okay, lasciaten, okay, lasciaten, okay, lasciaten, okay, lasciaten.
Hand of Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon. Hand of Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon.
I do not think I belong on the sideline. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, likewise. Bye bye. Do not try to cross me if you're in your right mind. See me shine bright, shining like a supernova, lighting up the night sky. Put me in the limelight, light-minded people stay connected like I'm Wi-Fi. Only pushing bangers like it is my 9-5. Though I'm never lazy when I write rhymes. People give me high fives. Always deliver, cause that is my style. What you know about it? Think that you can do it like I doubt it. What you know about it? Think that you can do it like I doubt it. What you know about it? What you know about it? What you know about it? Think that you can do it like I doubt it. What you know about it? What you know about it? Think that you can do it like I doubt it. What you know about it? Think that you can do it like I doubt it. Yo, I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Right into the hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one. I am the one. I am the one. The one. The one. The one. They can't do it like me because I am the one. Oh man, it's a reason, baby. Check me out. Right. Hey, I keep it moving, coming right into the prime time. I do not think I belong on the sideline. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, likewise. Bye bye. Do not try to cross me if you're in your right mind. See See me shine bright, shining like a supernova, lighting up the night sky. Put me in the limelight, like-minded people stay connected like I'm Wi-Fi. Only pushing bangers like it is my 9-5. No, I'm never lazy when I write rhymes. People give me high fives, always deliver cause that is my style. So come along as I show the people how it's done. I don't want a lot, I just wanna be the number one. I'm coming from places I do not belong. Rise against the wind, never lazy, keep on going strong. I don't know, it just happens like that. Can drop a bad song, but I don't have the patience for that. I'm sorry, I can't help it, I'm just keeping it clean. Look at these people bouncing, see what I mean? I don't mean to, I do this just for fun. But I guess I am just, well, you know, the one. Ooh, I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Write another hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one. I am the one. What you know about that? Just for fun, they can't do it like me because I am the one. I am the one. That's what you know about that. Bow. keep it moving, coming right into the prime time. I do not think I belong on the sideline. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, likewise, bye-bye. Do not try to cross me if you're in your right mind. See me shine bright, shining like a supernova, lighting up the night sky. Put me in the limelight, like-minded people stay connected like I'm Wi-Fi. Only pushing bangers like it is my 9-5. No, I'm never lazy when I write rhymes. People give me high fives, always deliver cause that is my style. So what you know about it? Think that you can know it like I doubt it. Yeah. I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Write another hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one.
people how it's done. I don't want a lot, I just wanna be the number one. I'm coming from places I do not belong. Rise against the wind, never lazy, keep on going strong. I don't know, it just happens like that. Could drop a bad song, but I don't have the patience for that. I'm sorry, I can't help it, I'm just keeping it clean. Look at these people bouncing, see what I mean? I don't need to, I do this just for fun. But I guess I am just, well, you know, the one. Ooh, I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Write another hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one. I am the one. So what you know about that? One. I am the one. That's what you know about that. Bow.
Social assistance. Any kind of my dogs, I just put my fist in.
Color.
Suburb direction as you go.
Black masses, evil minds that plot destruction, the sorcerers of death's construction.
My days are the same, the suburb direction as you go.
Just like witches at black masses, evil minds that plot destruction, the sorcerers of death's construction. All pigs gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses, evil minds that plot destruction, the sorcerers.
My days are the same, the suburb direction as you go.
Gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses, evil minds that plot destruction, the sorcerers of death's construction. War pigs gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses, evil minds that plot destruction, the sorcerers of death's construction. Pigs gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses, evil minds that plot destruction, the sorcerers of death's construction. In the fields the bodies burning, as the war machine keeps turning, they bring death and hate poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh Lord, yeah. Leaders gathered in their chambers, deals struck in shadowed whispers, evil hands that draw the borders, blood for oil, the world disorder. In the streets, the children crying as the bombs keep falling, flying. Death in silence claim the land, genocide by ruthless hand. Oh Lord, yeah. Politicians hide behind their walls, they only profit from the war. Why should they care who lives or dies? They leave the suffering to the poor. Yeah, yeah. Time will tell on their hollow lies, stealing lives for a barrel of gold, treating nations as their chessboard. Wait till their judgment takes hold. Yeah. Rise where dreams were yearning. No more lies can hide the slaughter. Bloodstained hands on holy water. Day of reckoning, truth is calling. On their knees the guilty fallen, begging mercy for their crimes. History judges through the times. Oh Lord, yeah. Blowback echoes, fires raging. Terror blooms from seeds they're planting. Cities scream, the home front bleeding. War machine still feeds unyielding. No matter who sits on the throne, the gears of death grind on alone. Empire's hunger knows no end. Our lives just fuel to spend. Flags may change, the lies stay constant. Promises fade, the war stays honest. They sell us fear, they sell us hate, while they carve up another state. The cycle spins, the wheel keeps turning. Hearts keep breaking, cities burning. When will we break their deadly game? Or will we burn in their endless flame? The people rise, the spell is broken. Rise as one, true words spoken. From the ashes, voices thunder. Hearts aflame, they tear asunder. Every lie they fed now undone. Stand together, we rise as one. Oh Lord, yeah, humans will be free.
Carlos.
Not violence is life. Peace is a dream. Reality is a knife. Peace is a dream. Reality is a knife. Peace is a dream. Peace is a dream. Reality is a knife. Reality is a knife. Knife. Reality is a knife.
My life is violent, but violent is life.
Carlos.
Peace is a dream, reality is a knife. My life is violent.
Last night, cold blood, my young brother got shot.
Carlos.
Peace is a dream, reality is a knife. My life is violent, but violent is life.
Last night, cold blood, my young brother got shot.
Peace is a dream, reality is a knife. My life is violent,
Last night, cold blood, my young brother got shot.
Peace is a dream, reality is a knife.
Last night in cold blood, my young brother got shot.
Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash.
My life is violent, but violent is life. Peace is a dream, reality is a knife.
Colors.
My life is violent, but violent is life. Peace is a dream, reality is a knife.
Colors.
My life is violent, but violent is life. Peace is a dream, reality is a knife.
Colors.
My life is violent, but violent is life. Peace is a dream, reality is a knife.
Colors.
Caught in
deja vu. Everything's spinning, but nothing's true. Time slips away, I'm feeling lost in this glitching world. What's the cost? Glitches in the matrix, minds are getting thin. Patterns break, the code begins to spin. Is this real or just a dream within? Glitches in the matrix, where do we begin? Faces blur, they're not the same. People I know don't recall my name. Voices echo in a distant frame. Is this life or just some twisted game? I'm chasing echoes, searching clues. Every step forward, something to lose. The world's unraveling, I can't pretend. Are we at the start or is this the end? Glitches in the matrix, minds are getting thin. Patterns break, the code begins to spin. Is this real or just a dream within? Glitches in the matrix, where do we begin? Red pill, hookah, what's the choice? In the silence, can you hear my voice? Break free or stay, there's no right way. In this fractured world, we start to sway. Glitches in the matrix, minds are getting thin. Patterns break, the code begins to spin. Is this real or just a dream within? Glitches in the matrix, where do we begin? Caught in the chaos, we try to find the truth that's hidden deep in our mind. In the flicker of light, in the glitchy night, we're lost in the matrix, searching for what's right. Saw a shadow move, but no one's there. People I know don't recall my name. Voices echo in a distant frame. Is this life or just some twisted game? Saw a shadow move, but no one's there. Flicker in the corner caught me unaware. Truth is hiding in the dark. Every flicker leaves the mark. Saw a shadow move, but no one's there. Flicker in the corner caught me unaware. Truth is hiding in the dark. Every flicker leaves a mark. Glitches in the matrix, minds are getting thin. Patterns break, the code begins to spin. Is this real or just a dream within? Glitches in the matrix, where do we begin?
Once the gods carved Earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his starborn accord. 10 twin suns, storm of tridents waits at his command. Empire stretched from bow, big stones to Mayan sand. Monolith stacked like Legos blocks, no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys of grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis fires pierced heaven, stories untold. Years of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Go turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god.
Cause the energy to flow.
fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hung warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sang screaming, but blueprints survive. Our vexed foundation, stone to define modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's paths. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth's a half-dream. Dream free mixes whisper maps in their launches of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor. They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dodon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings will be residents, not bloodline.
Where there is despair, where there is despair, let me bring hope. Where there is despair, let me bring hope. Where there is despair.
Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, organ fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled, Leviathan's bones and the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Tsunamis smaller than gods, crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammoth shrunk to lapdog, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up the piston, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. A tetrahedron's ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds, stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds.
Where there is darkness, where there is darkness, let me bring your light.
Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset, scorched the grids, erased the moon ring. Internet, Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist. Cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushroom twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes, built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purged, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in one view. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purged, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiahuanaco, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of law. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. See Stonehenge, Anchor spire, though Atlantis lives in bone choir. The gods were myths and Earth's code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe. The flood wasn't
wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new.
The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiahuanaco, their codes etched in ore. As above, so below, cosmic empire of lore. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. Stonehenge, Jacob was fire, though Atlantis lives in barbed wire. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from bow, big stones to Mayan sand. Monoliths stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Gold turned to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep.
From Giza to Tiahuanaco, the codes etched in ore. As above, so below, cosmic empire of lore.
And princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sang screaming, but blueprints survived. Baalbek's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Dream Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiahuanaco, the codes etched in ore. As above, so below, cosmic empire of lore. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood in ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, Orgon fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones and the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drown, turn to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Nepistim, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds. Stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. volcanic winter's curse. Nah, Zeus hit the reset, scorched the grids, erased the moon ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist, cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes, built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiahuanaco, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of law. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe.
electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace, electric dreams, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace. We connect in every code. We connect in every code. We connect, sparks flying, algorithms flow. Circuit patterns away they go. Data pulses take control. In a server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow. Circuit patterns away they go. Data pulses take control. In a server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow. Electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace. We connect in every code. Sparks flying, algorithms flow. Circuit hearts alight, they glow. Data pulses take control. In a server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow. Electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace. We connect in every code. Sparks flying, algorithms flow. Circuit hearts alight, they glow. Data pulses take control. In a server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow.
Colors, 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 colors.
I'm a nightmare, walking psychopath, fucking king of my world. This a gangster stalking. That bitch slide deep. That bitch slide deep. This a gangster stalking. King of my world, king of my world. This a gangster stalking. I'm a nightmare, walking psychopath, fucking king of my world. This a gangster stalking. Living life like a firecracker, quick as my fuse. Being dead is a death, it's the color I choose. Living life like a firecracker, quick as my fuse. Being dead is a death, it's the color I choose. Slap me. That bitch slide deep. That bitch slide deep. This a gangster stalking. King of my world, king of my world. This a gangster stalking. Being dead is a death, being dead is a death, being dead is a death. It's the color I choose. I'm a nightmare, walking psychopath, fucking king of my world. This a gangster stalking. Living life like a firecracker, quick as my fuse. Being dead is a death, it's the color I choose. Living life like a firecracker, quick as my fuse. Living life like a firecracker, quick as my fuse. Being dead is a death, being dead is a death. This a gangster stalking. Living life like a firecracker, quick as my fuse. Being dead is a death, it's the color I choose. Don't matter when my gun starts blasting, dancing. Boss, 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 boss. Slap
round town, shout out. It just don't matter when my gun starts blasting, dancing. Carlos, 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 whisper, tales of us, lost prevailing, street lights flicker and the downpours blow. We're living on the edge where the shadows know, reflecting on the struggle in the blocks I cruise. Survival of the fittest with nothing to lose.
Special assistance. Use only any form of gas.
You don't know me, fool. You disown me, cool. I don't need your assistance, social assistance. Any part of my gardens, I just put my fist in.
You don't know me, the fool. You saw me, cool.
With my colors upon me, while the soldier stands tall. With my colors upon me, while the soldier stands
insanity, living profanity, and some don't claim they understand me.
Tell me, what have you left me? What have I got?
homeboy got jacked, my mother's on crack.
With my colors upon me, one soldier stands tall. With my colors upon me, one soldier stands tall. Tell me, what have you left me? What have I got?
My homeboy got jacked, my homeboy got jacked, my homeboy got jacked, my mother's on crack.
What have you left me? Whatever I got. Last night in cold blood, my young brother got shot. Tell me, what have you left me? Whatever I got. Last night in cold blood, my young brother got shot. Tell me, what have you left me? Whatever I got. Last night in cold blood, my young brother got shot.
this is sanity. Living profanity, and some won't claim they understanding me.
Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash. Cause her arm show trash. Yo, my sister can't work cause her arm show trash.
Kid though, kid. Kid though, kid. Kid though, kid.
Water buster!
My colors upon me.
Water buster!
My sister can't work cause her arm show traps. My sister can't work cause her arm show traps. My sister can't work cause her arm show traps. My sister can't work cause her arm show traps.
Wijers uit de zee naar Sabbatdurkum SSU-kurk. At the same na Sabbatdurkum SSU-kurk. At the same na Sabbatdurkum. At the same na Sabbatdurkum. At the same na Sabbatdurkum SSU-kurk. 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 My violence is life. Who untame show on the face of you, my violence is life. Peace is a dream. Reality is a knife.
Right, what world do you live in? Death is my set, guess my religion. Guess my religion, guess my religion, guess my religion. Death is my set, guess my religion, guess my religion, guess my religion. Death is my set, guess my religion.
Morgellons is a controversial and poorly understood condition that has sparked debate among patients, doctors, and researchers for many years. People who report having Morgellons describe a range of troubling symptoms, most commonly skin lesions, sensations of crawling or stinging on or under the skin, and the appearance of unusual fibers or particles emerging from sores. Some individuals also report fatigue, memory loss, mood disturbances, and joint pain, making the condition seem both dermatological and systemic. However, despite the consistency in patient reports, Morgellons remains officially unrecognized as a distinct disease by many mainstream medical organizations. The term, Morgellons, was revived in the early 21st century by a mother whose young son was suffering from skin lesions. She used the word after discovering a 17th century medical account describing similar symptoms in French children. The modern wave of reports, however, did not gain significant attention until patients began connecting online and describing their shared experiences. This network of testimonies helped Morgellons grow from isolated complaints into a larger, collective phenomenon. Medical investigations into Morgellons have been mixed. One of the largest studies conducted in the United States was carried out by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in collaboration with Kaiser Permanente. Published in the early 2010s, the study examined a group of patients in California who reported symptoms consistent with Morgellons. Researchers concluded that the fibers found in the lesions were mostly cotton or other commonly encountered substances, and they did not find evidence of a new or infectious disease. Many of the patients studied also showed signs of psychological stress, delusional thinking, or mental illness, which led to the conclusion that Morgellons might be a manifestation of delusional parasitosis, a known psychiatric condition where individuals falsely believe they are infested with parasites. However, this conclusion has not satisfied many patients, advocates, or independent researchers. Critics argue that the study was limited in scope, failed to address many of the more complex or systemic symptoms reported, and did not adequately investigate the biochemical composition of the fibers. Some clinicians have found evidence that the fibers are not simply textile contaminants but may contain biological materials such as keratin or collagen. Other studies have pointed to the presence of spirochetes, spiral-shaped bacteria similar to those that cause Lyme disease, in skin samples of Morgellons patients. This has led a small group of researchers to propose that Morgellons could be a dermatological manifestation of a chronic bacterial infection. A particularly contentious aspect of the Morgellons debate is its overlap with chronic Lyme disease. Some practitioners who treat Lyme disease believe that Morgellons is a co-infection or a secondary effect caused by persistent bacteria in the body. According to this theory, the fibers seen in Morgellons are produced by the body itself in response to infection or inflammation. Others speculate that an immune system imbalance or environmental exposure could trigger the symptoms. While this view has not been widely accepted by mainstream medicine, it continues to drive research and treatment approaches in some alternative and integrative health communities. There is also a sociological dimension to the Morgellons phenomenon. The internet played a critical role in shaping how people understand and identify their symptoms. Online forums and support groups have provided validation and solidarity for sufferers, but they have also contributed to the rapid spread of self-diagnosis. This dynamic has made it difficult for physicians to distinguish between psychogenic illness, where symptoms arise from psychological origins, and a potential new disease that is simply not yet well understood. In some cases, patients have brought extensive documentation to their doctors, including photographs, videos, and even physical samples of the fibers. When their concerns are dismissed, frustration and distrust can grow, leading patients to seek care outside conventional systems. Another layer of controversy surrounds the suggestion that Morgellons may be linked to exposure to unknown environmental agents, nanomaterials, or bioengineered substances. These ideas often fall into the realm of speculation and are frequently dismissed by scientists as unproven or conspiratorial. Nevertheless, the intensity of belief among some patients has led to persistent questions about whether environmental toxins, industrial pollution, or even deliberate human intervention could play a role. These theories have not been confirmed, but they illustrate the deep anxiety and uncertainty that many sufferers experience when searching for answers. The challenge of Morgellons lies in its intersection of multiple disciplines. It touches dermatology, psychiatry, infectious disease, immunology, and even neurology. The lack of a definitive biomarker or test makes diagnosis difficult, and the absence of consensus on its cause or treatment creates frustration for both patients and healthcare providers. Some physicians treat the condition symptomatically, focusing on skin care, antibiotics, antidepressants, or antipsychotic medications depending on the individual case. Others reject the diagnosis entirely, viewing it as an internet-driven delusion. Meanwhile, a smaller number of doctors have developed protocols based on the idea of chronic infection, using long-term antibiotics and herbal supplements, though this approach remains controversial and is often criticized for lacking scientific validation. From the patient's perspective, Morgellons can be an isolating and traumatic experience. Many report being dismissed, misdiagnosed, or treated with skepticism by the medical system. Others face ridicule from friends, family, or online commentators who do not believe their condition is real. This social stigma compounds the physical and psychological burden of the illness. For those who believe they are afflicted, the suffering is undeniably real, even if the underlying mechanism is still in question.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Untethered. This is the political edition where we discuss the current political issues that are taking place. Some of it might be weeks behind, but that's okay because we're cool like that. We have a way of making a good conversation out of politics, no matter how old it is, believe it or not. With me, we have Mr. Mark Edworthy from England, and we also have Mr. Robot from Whereabouts Unknown.
Hello, folks.
And tonight, we are actually going to have an interesting episode. This one is going to be really good because Donald Trump has delivered once again. But before we get to that, we are going to talk about other issues that have been taking place around the world. Something that Mark Edworthy was really excited to talk about. So with that being said, Mark, do you want to discuss it first, or do you want me to pull up the information and read?
Yeah. I prefer if you do just give us a briefing because I can't remember all the details without looking at it up myself.
So what I did is I pulled up a link from the BBC, and they put out an article that said, what is the Chagos Island deal between UK and Mauritius and
Mauritius.
Now, the UK has signed a 3.4 billion pound, 4.6 billion pound deal to hand over.
The argument, the actual numbers are questionable because it's a 99-year deal, and by independent numbers, it sort of calculates to 30 billion approximately over 99 years.
99 years?
Yeah, and that's not including inflation, so it's probably going to be a lot more.
Okay. So the deal is to hand over sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius while retaining control of Mauritius. While retaining control of a UK-US military base on Diego Garcia, the largest of the islands. Now, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, says the 99-year agreement to lease back Diego Garcia will cost the UK £101 million a year and is necessary to protect the base from malign influence. Mauritian Prime Minister Navin Ramgoolam said the agreement completed the total process of decolonization. The UK opposition leaders and some Chagosians, now residents of the UK, have criticized the deal. Is that enough to start out, or do you want to go further?
Okay. A couple of things. Your 1.1 million per year, it doesn't account for inflation. So again, it's going to probably be a lot more than that in real terms. And also, I noticed you said return back, but it was never Mauritius territory in the first place. It was brought from Spain to England. It was purchased from Spain, and Mauritius, didn't have any rights to that group of islands that the group of islands in the first place.
They got no rights over their own land. How convenient.
It's not their own land. It never has been their own land.
Yes.
So the Spaniards were natively born there.
Typical British.
So
look at the history of it.
Was it an empty island when the Spaniards got there?
It wasn't an empty island, but it wasn't. It was never in Mauritius' water. It's never been recognised as being part of Mauritius waters. It's within the international waters, sort of.
And who recognises these things?
England. It's England.
Irrelevant. That's like saying that,
England.
US is still part of Britain.
You had that grin on your face. You know, freaking, we busted you, dude, because it's true. You know it's true. England is the one who determines that shit. Hey.
Actually, no, it's based upon currently it's based upon UN legislation.
You mean the European UN?
I'm talking about the United Nations.
Oh, is that what they call it these days?
Set up by the Americans and the English.
Based out of
Friend.
New York, of course. You know, the UN based out of New York City. Just down the street from freaking the stock market, I believe.
To the Commonwealth of Nations, as was pre-1946.
Mm-hmm. So now the Chango Islands is officially known as the British Indian Ocean Territory, and are located in the Indian Ocean, about 5,799 miles south east of the UK, and about 1,250 miles northeast of Mauritius. The island, also known as the Chagos Archipelago, comprised the 7 atolls with about 60 individual islands. Were separated from Mauritius in 1965, when Mauritius was still a British colony. Now, Britain purchased the island for £3 million, but Mauritius has argued that it was illegally forced to giving them away as part of a deal to gain independence from Britain.
So technically, again, it was never Mauritius's island in the first place, because Mauritius at the time was a British colony.
Well, it was.
Well, the Portuguese discovered it first, right? And
who
discovered Spain? Spanish.
It was officially discovered by the Portuguese.
Portuguese then.
In the 1500s or 1502. I don't know when the Spanish got there.
Okay, I might have got confused between Spanish and Portuguese.
Now, also understand too, like, this is land of no return here. This is like freaking, when sailors go into this area, this is the end of the world to them. You know what I'm saying? So you're talking about a region where, like, there's not very much civilization going on there. You know what I mean?
Well, that's true. There was no native population supposedly there before the colonization.
Interestingly, so yeah, you could even make an argument that you had Mauritians on that area beforehand, because
it became a pretty popular, like, trading hub from memory. A lot of the ships stopped there from all sorts of different countries. The Dutch colonized it in 1633, and it ended in 1710 with a brief interruption in 1658 and 1666 during the year of the Great Fire of London. The island was not permanently inhabited for the first 40 years after its discovery by the Dutch.
The modern issues. First of all, the native islanders, it has been reported that there is a majority of natives that wish to stay within British, as a British Commonwealth country.
Yeah, it does say that.
Also, there was the entire argument if it was ever owned by Mauritius in the first place, which I've already disproven, and also, the US did get involved a couple of months ago, just after it was announced that that the US was going to veto the vote. They had the power of veto in this, and it never actually happened. There was the other issue is that because where it is based, technically off the coast of Africa, East Africa, it's a and because the military, US and UK military base there, it's a good place for Chinese interests.
Well,
And,
yeah, it's a highly strategic point, especially
yeah.
if South Africa goes to shit right now after this new government and stuff. It's going to be the only secure way to get ships around the point of Africa, for trade.
And it just amuses me that we give away an island that was never Mauritius's in first place, and then we are paying for the privilege of giving it away.
Well, also let
Yeah.
me point out something too. You mentioned these.
When we are going bankrupt, when it was just announced in the last couple of days that interest rates on international sort of money is greater than our yearly GDP at the moment by about 5%.
Now you made a statement that a lot of the natives want to stay with Britain, but let me also point it out that they're saying that these are natives that are currently living in England. So, like, you know what I mean? So,
There is arguments for Jay Costigan's that actually lived there, wanting to be still part of England or part of Britain.
I need to see the facts behind that.
What's next? Are we going to have an argument about the Falkland Islands?
Well,
I think the English are actually going to aim to escape England too there, because England's slowly falling apart, you know.
Well, Great Britain is. And yeah, there are been reports about business owners and millionaires just leaving Britain because of this current situation.
Now,
and obviously that will affect things like jobs, wages, GDP.
Now to help the United States understand this, people in the United States in the late 1960s, the British invited the U.S. to build a military base in Diego Garcia, the largest of the Chango Islands, and they forcibly removed thousands of people from their homes in the process. Some of those Chongosians ended up in Mauritius and the Seychelles, but others,
also Britain as well.
but all the other ones settled in the UK,
and possibly the US as well.
Mostly in Crawley and West Sussex. So you have like the majority of them in UK coming from Crawley and Sussex. So these aren't poor people, you know what I mean? They're coming from Sussex, which has pretty much the upper echelon of the English down in that region, right?
Remember, we're talking about what now 50, 60 years. So they might not have been poor at the time. But again, 60 years is a long time.
Well, I mean, I'm just pointing it out. It's like if you look at old 1960 television shows of like what Beverly Hills here in California look like, it would. You know,
even if you have a look at when we were kids back in the 80s, the sort of big shiny sort of ideas of New York and California.
Right. They were.
Look at them now.
Yeah. Especially, well, I mean, I actually see it the opposite way, because like we had Hill Street Blues, and it showed New York as like a garbage scale, you know what I mean? And now it's all built up and looking nicer in New York than what it used to be.
It was Lewis Wasserman, you know, the white to repair IT specialist. He was living in New York up to I think 2 years ago. He was doing a lot of reviews, a lot of walkarounds in New York, and looking at the state of New York City at that time, at present. Oh, well, really at the present time. And yeah, it's not as nice as we once imagined or once knew back in the 80s, 70s, 80s.
So the UK has handed sovereignty of the archipelago to archipelago to Mauritius, but will lease use of the Diego Garcia for a period of 99 years at an average cost of £101 million a year.
Estimated.
Yeah.
Estimated. Again, that's an account for inflation. So again, that's figures probably way.
So who gets
very
that money?
conservative.
The government of Mauritius? Or
Yeah.
what?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
We Brits just gave away one of our territories.
And you paid them for it.
A strategical territory to a foreign country, and then we just pay them out of the goodness of our hearts.
That's good. You should give the rest of the land back to the people as well.
Yeah,
While you're at it.
I agree. I think that would be awesome.
Why don't you give Australia back to Australia and Canada back to Canada?
You can have Australia, and I'm going to empty my bank account and give you all my money and all my
That
wealth.
sounds good too. Shit, send it to me. I'll give you my address. No, I'll let you
You guys have enough money.
send it to PayPal. Don't send it to my address. I don't want no death threats. Yeah.
Don't worry about me. I'm just going to sit here and starve.
I mean, you're welcome to rent it off us. It's gonna cost you.
Now the UK will pay 165 million pounds
After we already been paying
in each of the first 3 years. Okay, from years 4 to 13, it will pay 120 million pounds a year.
Again, estimated.
And after that, payments will be indexed to inflation, dude.
Okay.
They can afford it. They can afford it.
Yeah. Again, we in the UK, even though figures, recession or GDP figures are sketchy at the moment, we are technically bankrupt.
Yeah, but you know the big corporations are still making
we can
money.
afford it. Just get those printing presses running again, eh?
Yeah, just print more money.
You know who the
American way.
You know who the Five Eyes Alliance are, don't you?
Well, yeah. I mean,
you got the UK, the US, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand.
Hopefully, they stop paying them and then they close those eyes.
According to this, Sir Keir said continued use of Diego Garcia as a military base had been signed off by members of Five Eyes Alliances. And the U.S. will pay.
Doesn't sound dystopian at all.
I can imagine Australia, Canada, New Zealand being okay with this, but the US at this present moment, again, there was talk about the US veto and the agreement.
According to this, the U.S. will pay for running costs of the base, according to Sir Keir.
Well, they are paying. They've always paid some running costs for the base because it's a US-UK joint venture. So obviously they've been paying for. Well, we Britain, US have been paying for those bases for a long time anyway.
Now, you guys are also setting up a £4 million trust fund to support Chagacians.
Yeah, where's that going to go? Where in effect is that going to go? That's going to go into the pockets of NGOs in reality and politicians.
That's where the money is these days.
It's going to be filtered. It's whenever you hear these sort of things, you know that the money's going to be filtered.
Administrative costs.
Yeah, precisely.
And under the
those lawyers and accountants do need paying.
Mm-hmm. Now the messed up
They'll
part.
never pay him enough.
The messed up part about this deal is, under the deal, although Mauritians will control Diego Garcia, it will not be allowed to resettle the island. So they will never be able to resettle that island. They'll just be able to draw money from it. Like fat cats in Essex.
Well, that's the cunt's word in the deal, but who's to say that may not change in, let's say, 10, 15, 20 years' time?
Well, I mean, they've been in England now for 65 years. They're English now, and
Yeah, sorry, I thought you were talking about the Mauritians. You were talking about the Mauritian government.
Well, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Governments come and go every 5 years.
You're right.
This is just going to become another billionaire escape hatch for the nuclear war that they want to start.
Well,
you watch, they're going to have underground bunkers there in like 2 years.
They've done that. That whole region right there. Tripoli. Look at Tripoli. Look how horrible that freaking government is right now, and the way the freaking whole region is in that area. I mean, they have completely just destabilized that whole region. You know what I mean?
I would argue that's been going on ever since World War I anyway.
Right.
If not beforehand.
Mm-hmm. It's just horrible how that whole region is, to be honest with you. The fact that they're even getting money is a miracle, to be honest. I've heard stories of people in Tripoli actually using the barrels of freaking gun, or those huge guns, as like weapons where they walk around and shoot each other, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure about it.
This is in Libya, right?
No, in Tripoli. Tripoli is crazy, dude. Like
Isn't Tripoli in Libya?
No, I don't believe so. I know it's close, but I don't think it's in Libya. It's
unless there's two Tripolis.
Tripoli is right on.
Capital of Libya. Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah.
Man, Libya. That's where Gaddafi was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was such a beautiful city, like place, before they killed Gaddafi. They just totally wrecked that place. They were on the up and up. He got rid of their central banks and everything, and the country was doing really well.
There's a lot of criticism about Gaddafi, but he was sort of the individual, the person that was keeping especially.
Yeah, he was the sort of, stabilizing force in the region.
He was, yeah.
I see this as just another way of oppressing the black man.
Oh, please.
I mean,
what is this?
Or actually, the black woman, because like Bernadette Degassi is the one who's starting the complaint, and she's the one that's going up against the English government. And
welcome to the woke show, as sponsored by Roger.
Bernadette Degassi is one of the two Chagosian women born in Diego Garcia, Diego Garcia, who brought a last-minute legal challenge over the deal to the UK's High Court. She told the BBC, "I don't belong in the UK. I don't belong in Mauritius. I don't belong in Seychelles. I belong in Diego Garcia.
Don't belong anywhere on earth.
I belong in Diego Garcia." Now they're
like the tiniest little place in the middle of nowhere.
That really was ruled against in that morning, and in the afternoon, the deal actually was finalised.
For me,
we've done within less than 24 hours of the finalisation.
I bet when you look into the administration of these places, there's some like heavy hitters at the top of these food chains for sure.
Mm-hmm.
This stuff doesn't happen by accident. No way. We should actually look into that.
Well, again, this goes down to the UK government, Labour government basing all their movements on just solely ideology and having the extremely incompetent cabinet. I mean,
But Mark, when has the government ever done anything out of the goodness of their hearts?
Right.
Is a liar.
Right. And
There's
Robert?
got to be an agenda here.
What-
There's no way they just did this for like the greater good.
No,
or something.
it actually starts off as a conservative.
Conservative what?
It was actually written off by the previous conservative government.
Well,
But,
see, Mr. Robot does
but-
have
but
actually something good to.
and Starmer sort of
Hey.
woke ideological sort of.
This is straight up
yeah.
political, dude. Like what Robot said actually makes sense because, like, think about it. You got two black women who are freaking saying this, and then all of a sudden, freaking, you know, they're putting a temporary block on the deal with freaking.
Which only lasted less than a couple hours.
That's what he's talking about with like they don't just do this out of the goodness of their own.
No.
You know what I mean?
And,
Yeah,
like,
block,
think about it, like
the block
woke
was just a
ideology
PR
itself
in my view.
isn't an actual ideology. It's an agenda. It's a tactic.
It's still an
right?
ideological point. It's the entire sort of Marxist identity politics woke.
Yeah, but it's a tactic.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's a tactic. And then it says that the legal challenge had temporarily blocked the deal with a court injunction when it was
only for a
granted.
couple hours.
But the High Court went on to
it was-
dismiss the challenge.
It's as much circus and bread. It's bread and circuses in reality.
It'd be worth looking a bit deeper into like who are the driving forces behind this and who stands to benefit, because I bet you'll find something interesting there. I haven't actually done the research yet, but
it's just the push on the woke identity politics, neo-Marxist ideals.
that's the tool. But what is the agenda? Is what I'm saying.
First of all, this
Like,
military base is a
destabilization,
secretive military
national
base.
states.
Okay, in the 1970s, the U.S. and the U.K. Jointly ran this base, and it was a secretive military base. Okay.
Yeah, because it was the sort of Soviet, Cold War.
Yeah, it had a airfield and it had a deep water port, as well as advanced communication and surveillance capabilities. So, and this is also the place where they were freaking pushing their radio propaganda over the airwaves.
Remember, a lot of during that time, a lot of African countries were, excuse me, were susceptible to the entire Cold War argument.
Mm-hmm. Now, there's no commercial flights to the island. Access is granted by the military facility or previously the British authority that ran the territory. Diego Garcia is seen as having high strategic importance because of its location in the heart of the Indian Ocean. Now, during the U.S. War on Terror after 9/11 attacks, aircrafts were sent directly from the island to carry out missions in Afghanistan and Iraq. So that's what it basically is. And
like they say, it's always been a tactical, strategical sort of group of islands in. Probably even during the Napoleonic Wars, I would imagine there would be some sort of interest in that area.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure about that, but I would have to check that. But I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm doing an AI analysis on this deal to find out who stands to benefit.
Now, the conservatives have criticized the deal. Party leader Kamai Bedenek called the deal an act of national self-harm. It leaves us more
Agreed.
exposed to China and ignores the will of the Chagosian people, and we're paying billions to do so, she said. And Reform UK leader Nigel Farage said the deal was not necessary and played into China's hands. The government, however, said the continued use of the military base in Diego Garcia would have been untenable without signaling the deal.
They've never demonstrated how it was untenable. They've just stated that and never actually elaborated on that point.
Yeah, I know that does seem kind of empty. It's a hollow statement, in my opinion. Like, that's the messed up part about it. Defense Secretary John Healey said, without this deal, within weeks, we could face losing legal rulings, and within just a few years, the base would become inoperable.
So based upon what principles? And if you say international law, I would say you're speaking a load of crap. But based upon what principles? On what ideals?
Okay.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in a post on X, said Washington welcomed the agreement, which secured the long-term, stable, and effective operation of the joint U.S.-UK military facility at Diego Garcia, which is...
Initially, they didn't welcome. Again, initially, there was rumors about the U.S. vetoing the deal.
It says, which is critical to regional and global security. Now, Marco Rubio, he's kind of for Trump. He's even...
he used to be like a neocon type guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's kind of like...
He's become more moderate, like, towards Trump's side.
Yeah. Marco Rubio is kind of like the wild card, you know what I'm saying? Like... Just because he says it, don't think that's coming from Trump's mouth.
Yeah, he's always reminded me of the so-called the proverbial leopard that likes to change his spots.
Yeah,
possibly.
Yeah.
So
he's an unknown factor, but here it talks about this strategic leverage and regional leadership. By permitting continued UK-US use of Diego Garcia, Mauritius positions itself as a pragmatic mediator between Western powers and the global South. The agreement prohibits Mauritius from allowing third-party military activities on other islands without UK consent, effectively granting Port Louis veto power over Chinese or Russian ambitions in the region. This clause elevates Mauritius's role in the Indian Ocean security dialogues, potentially aligning with India's security and growth for all in the region.
One thing, Global South, I really hate that term. Same as, what's the other term? International community. Really do not like those terms. But...
So the U.S. operates the base there since 1966 agreement and views Diego Garcia as irreplaceable for monitoring maritime choke points and deploying B-2 bombers. By securing a 99-year lease, both nations mitigate risks of expulsion through litigation or UN intervention. Financial and legal trade-offs. The UK's annual £101 million payment, while framed as a lease, functionally resembles reparations for colonial injustices. However, the government defends this as a cost-effective measure, representing less than 0.2% of the annual defense budget.
About time those English got what was coming to them, dude. I'm telling you, man. They're just freaking horrible.
Historical injustices. What a
it's a common theme.
what
It's ongoing. It's ongoing.
Every supposed colony, dude. Every supposed colony. Everything that was ever involved with England just seems to resonate with this theme. Like
every single neo-Marxist statement.
Mauritius, okay, the Mauritian Prime Minister, okay,
yes, it's
said it was a great victory for the Mauritian nation. He said that freaking our country is elated that this 60-year struggle is finally over, especially for our brothers and sisters who were forced to leave their homes. So that means that these people were forced to leave their homes so that the English and the United States could go in there and build a military base and say, "Get the hell out of here. We don't want you no more."
Their people, Mauritian people.
Can you show my screen for a second?
That's where
I just want to show people where these places are.
That's where they went to. They went to Mauritius.
Yeah, but it wasn't their people in the first place.
No. The people from that island migrated to Mauritius.
Their people, as in you alluding to Mauritius's citizens.
They all didn't.
So when you said Mauritius, I actually was thinking of Madagascar, but Mauritius is this tiny little island just up the coast here.
Group of islands, yeah.
Holy
you see that other one that's over to the east a little bit, or to the west.
To the west. This Reunion.
See that right down in that area is where the other island is located at. It's
I'll show you Diego Garcia.
Mauritius is right.
So this is Diego Garcia. Just zooming out. It's in the middle of nowhere, basically.
Yeah. I've seen especially on Twitter. I know Twitter isn't a very good place for these sort of things.
It's right down here.
People criticize
see that funny little boomerang shape right there in the water?
I've seen a lot of people criticizing Starmer and the Labour Party for in effect, committing treason. And in reality, I have some sympathy for these views.
It should actually be part of Sri Lanka because, it's right there. It's kind of part of this landmass area.
Yeah, it's outside the 25-mile national waters.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is.
But when you're looking at land masses, when the ocean was lower, this would have been
maritime law.
India.
It's related to this. It's outside the 25-mile radius.
But you can really see the strategic location of it from here. It's right. If you want to go anywhere from this part of the world to this part of the world, you have to go past here, and you either have to go along India or you can go across and stop there. That's crazy. That is highly strategic.
Indeed.
That would probably be one of the major, the chokehold or the choke. How do they say that? The choking.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you got airplanes or submarines there, if there was ever a big conflict in the Indian Ocean, that would be a massive advantage. Which I hope never happens,
yeah, looking at.
I hate how we're moving into the future. There's all these new technologies coming about. Everyone's gearing up for space travel and all this cool stuff. But then the military-industrial complex is just gearing up for war and more war. It's
this right here.
Are we gearing up for space travel?
Well, this right here. This right here is.
Asking them are going to have robots on Mars in 2027.
Yeah.
There might be some private sector.
They've already got. They've already got two.
Not national government.
Reality check. They already got two on Mars. So.
Yeah, but I mean, human robots, that can actually do stuff. They're gonna actually.
Are you
They're
serious,
gonna
dude?
start.
Don't get
Yeah, but we don't live in a technocratic socialist world just yet. We haven't got Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk ruling the world.
Now,
Well,
Not yet, anyway.
no, we got the military-industrial complex ruling the world.
now this story,
bankers, national bankers.
this story to me, it says something that is spiritual and it's releasing. It says that we are sick and tired of the English dominating our every freaking way of life. Like the Chongosian island belongs to us. So it's beautiful that freaking
Well, empires in general. I wouldn't say just the British. I would say the Chinese Empire, the American Empire, the British Empire. They're all kind of collapsing under their own weight right now, and I think everyone everywhere is sick of it. To be honest.
they're sick and tired of all that. You know what I'm saying? It's like I think that it's actually a good thing that they're doing this because
Actually, I disagree.
The only thing is, whenever like a big power collapses, it creates a power vacuum that other psychopaths want to fill, and that's where there's New World Order, WEF, United Nations, crazy people want to come in and go, oh, we'll be the new government, the world government, and I think that's another recipe for disaster.
It's worth noting that the Commonwealth of Nations, the UK British Commonwealth, is still fairly strong. Countries such as Australia, New Zealand, Jamaica,
But the thing is, you could argue that it's a controlled collapse, but you can see the fiat currencies of the world is like losing its value, and that is going to create a recipe where people can't afford the basic things they need to survive, and that will create revolt.
Yeah, but nationhood and financial situations are two different sort of. You shouldn't conflate the two.
Yeah, but you can't have a strong military without finances to pay them, right?
Well, I kind of had this conversation with Jaffe the other night whenever we were talking about Dave Mustaine from Megadeth, and he didn't understand it because he doesn't. Well, you guys have this like English mentality, you know what I'm saying, and you get it because you either a part of England or you're a colony.
I like how you keep on using the term England rather than Britain.
What is an English mentality?
Okay, now you guys hear these terms like frickin' peace through force, and you think that this stuff
Didn't
is.
Donald Trump say that?
Yeah, Donald Trump is the one. A lot of these conservatives push this stuff, and they usually get that from like the English. Okay, and like here's a good example. The English have this mentality, and they've always had this mentality where you have to frickin' achieve peace through force, through power, through you know, and to dominate rather than
domination and control.
Right. The stronger power is the one who achieves peace, and they've always had that.
If that's true, then why does the majority of Canada and majority of Australia still consider themselves as part of the Commonwealth? Why did they? Me and Mr. Wilmots, I think a couple of months ago.
Well, I don't think they do necessarily. I don't think the people do. I think that the legal system does, but when you ask the average person,
we were discussing on Matrix Chat a couple of months ago in relation to the Australian referendum of 15 years ago.
What about it?
The Australian vote.
The federal election or the referendum?
The referendum.
Well, we had Australia had a referendum to get rid of the British Empire, the British,
to get out of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, to gain their sovereignty. But the thing is, the thing was rigged because like the people didn't get to say how it was worded, so they worded it in a weird way that didn't sound beneficial. So a lot of
Okay.
people didn't end up going for it. And the thing is, referendums aren't held very often. Like it's like once in a lifetime kind of thing, pretty much. And
Technically, in most westernized countries, referendums don't have a legal power anyway. It's
but
only
yeah, my issue with it is that the people don't get a say in how it's like when it's done, how it's worded, or anything like that. So there needs to be a new way to do referendums, and
I mean, the Falkland Islands is a good example of this. The Falkland Islands have been asked, the population of the Falkland Islands has been asked on multiple occasions if they want to stay British or if they want to join
Oh, look at
Argentina.
Brexit, right? Did you see the whole Cambridge Analytica scandal around Brexit and how they manipulated the population to achieve their goals there? These things are like hugely influential, hugely powerful. So you get like massive power players come into the
But
mix and like
remember,
try to
remember
dictate
that
what happens.
the majority of the population voted for Brexit. And the issue that we've seen since is the Brexit. The outcome of Brexit has never been handled well.
I've got my theories on
I
that.
think we need to have blockchain technology where we have referendums way more often and have it publicly verifiable so that we know it's legit.
I think,
and we need to have a way that we can like debate about how these things should.
The mechanism doesn't really matter because
Of course it
it's only,
does.
it's
the only thing that matters.
The Brexit referendum was verifiable.
Well,
How? How can you as an individual verify that the votes are legit?
Or in that case, how if you have a blockchain, then what's stopping you as or Roger as a US citizen in voting in the UK election?
Well, what are you saying? How can I not vote in the UK?
No,
election?
what stops me from voting in your election?
You'd obviously need some kind of mechanism of proving identity, right? That's what I
Oh,
find.
see, now we move up to the socialist propaganda.
People's privacy. Now you want to, let's say, destroy the concept of GDPR. You want to provide public with the full identity, personal identifiable information of an individual that votes. So if somebody votes for, let's say, Trump in the last election, and that's been recorded in some sort of public variable, then yeah, could you not see the issues there?
Mark, sit down, take a deep breath. Your head's about to explode. All right.
But
You
can't you
need
see
some
the issues
kind
there?
of verification of who you are if you're going to vote. Otherwise, like you said, it can be like
You
corrupted.
do.
That's how bloody
You do
Biden
at
won
this
in
present
the last election.
It's only been within the last 3 years that photo identification has been implemented into our electoral system.
For you guys, man. And see, that's the thing that I have a problem with is because you guys and your ideas are trying to be forced onto us, which is all that shit right there you're talking about is completely unconstitutional here in the United States. We don't tolerate that shit.
The US citizen cannot speak because the US been pushing US ideals.
No, I guarantee you more socialist propaganda from Europe and the UK is being pushed into the United States than anything we're pushing at you. You guys have freaking like this new real ID that's freaking getting pushed, and conservatives are the ones who are pushing it. That's the messed up part.
No, that came from Blair. That is a Blairist idea.
It's here in the United States now. That's my point.
Yeah, this goes back to 97. This goes back to Blairism.
And here in the United States, the conservatives are the ones pushing that shit. You see,
It was really a left-wing idea. It was a
Mhm.
leftist idea.
That's my whole
It
point.
is an important thing to have, though, some kind of verification, but at the same time, it is a powerful, contentious issue because of privacy and so on, and how that information is going to be used. But I would say we already have fairly good ways of determining identity in our countries, individual countries. That's not what I'm worried about. What I'm worried about is the mechanism by which we vote and how that can be audited. All right. The how you verify the individuals is like each country can do whatever they want, but I'm more concerned about how can we get votes on the blockchain so that they're
Why does it have to
verifiable.
be? Sorry, why does it have to be the blockchain or a
Because
blockchain? Remember, there is no
blockchain is the
singular
technology that we
blockchain.
have now that creates immutable data that we know and we can prove is legit. And there isn't another technology out there at the moment where we can have publicly verifiable data that we know
We
is
can prove
correct.
that recent elections have been legit by just looking at the number of crosses that are marked on a piece of paper.
Yeah, but I can't go and view those crosses. It has to be election
You can
officials and
review the
whoever
data.
does that,
You can.
But with blockchain, we can make it so anyone on the planet can verify the vote, is what I'm saying. And that's what we really need when we want to create true referendums that actually do what they say they will do. You can actually just programmatically make these things happen. And yeah, I would like to see we've started a group on Element where we're starting a voting app, or starting to code up a voting app using blockchain and Rust. And,
So everybody has to have a device that can handle this application. Therefore, you demanded that everybody must now carry a device.
Okay,
so
so
your smartphone.
Okay.
Unless they've got a smartphone.
Okay, YouTube.
Well, not
YouTube.
4% of the planet has smartphones at the moment.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Alright. Let's move on to the second subject here, because we. Hey, hold on. Now, hold on.
Roger, this is fairly important.
Okay.
You've actually done it, Roger. You made his head explode.
What Mr. Robert is saying is that there is no such thing as laissez-faire free market ideology anymore. We must have these devices. And how dare him?
It's better. You could use a web app. You could use like a government-provided computer if you want. But like, what I'm saying is
that is technocratic.
Okay, so hold on. Hey. Hold on to this now. This is good information and stuff. Don't get me wrong. Okay, this is a good conversation, but we've got to freaking get on with the topics, man.
Thanks, Roger.
Okay, so now
I need a drink.
You guys are starting to talk about elections and shit, and freaking cryptocurrency and stuff. We were talking about. It's like I go to the bathroom, come back in. We went from Changos Island to friggin' talking about cryptocurrency and elections and shit. See, gotta be careful with you two. You're wild, man.
So what's the next topic?
So the next one is
next subject.
The next one is Qatar Airways places massive order for Boeing wide-body jets. That's a record, says Trump. Now, the U.S. President Donald Trump, watching the chief executives of Boeing and Qatar Airways sign a deal under which the Doha-based airline will purchase as many as 210 Boeing 787s and 77X wide-body jets. Now, the agreement includes firm orders from Qatar Airways for 160 aircrafts, among them 130 130 787s and 30 of Boeing's in development 777-9. Now, according to the U.S. company, now Qatar Airways has always taken options to purchase a further 50 787s and 777X. Additionally, Qatar Airways has ordered GE Aerospace turbofans, which will power the Boeing jets, according to the White House. Now, Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg and Qatar Airways chief Badr Mohammed Al Mir signed the agreement at a 14 May meeting in Qatar, attended also by Trump and Qatari Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. Now, this right here is what I was talking about before. It's like shortly after president becomes president, he goes into office, he always makes a trip to Israel, and then after Israel, he goes to Saudi Arabia and he does his little rounds there. And every time he does that, these big deals like this always take place.
Question for you. How long is this deal expected to take place? I mean, just because you agree to a load of planes, it doesn't mean that the planes are going to appear the next day.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. They're paying for it up front. This is no.
So, yeah, how long is this going to manifest?
I don't know why they're investing in Boeing, man. Boeing's gone to crap in the last few years. Their planes are falling out of the sky. They can't even build Trump's plane in like 10 years. It's crazy.
And also, yeah, that was going to be my next question.
You're fading out.
Wait, before we go on, I just want to appreciate how beautiful Qatar is, man. It looks like something out of the Jetsons, eh? Like,
yeah.
Look at this place.
Yeah, this place is.
We look like we're living in the Stone Age compared to this city.
Yeah, and where did the money come from to
Oil.
build a lot of that?
Oil magnates.
Well, from us, probably.
Well.
Those were the oil magnates during the time when oil was actually worth something. You know what I mean? These are the people who became freaking billionaires because of freaking the oil industry. Now,
unbelievable.
You know. Now,
architecture in the city is amazing.
Now, Trump is in Qatar to discuss expanding U.S.-Qatar economic ties. Boeing and GE Aerospace secured a landmark order from Qatar Airways, a $96 billion agreement to acquire up to 210 American-made Boeing 787 Dreamliners.
These things are being built in the US.
Yeah, Boeing.
That's what you said. So,
yes.
So in that case, that should create jobs. That should create some sort of great economic wealth within the US.
Well, yes.
In theory, at least in theory.
Well, didn't Trump say he got like $3 trillion worth of investment from those guys?
Well,
I'm not sure about the exact number.
This deal by itself is a $96 billion agreement.
Oh, again, over what period of time?
From what I'm seeing, there's no time set. And the money.
So the planes are built.
I would almost bet that these people are paying the money up front. I would almost bet.
Yeah,
you know,
sounds like a bit of it at least. Yeah.
But irrelevant of the time span, it should mean that there's more jobs in the US.
Now
more manufacturing jobs in the US.
Understand, this is Boeing's largest ever wide-body order and largest ever 787 order.
from what I understand, just watching videos lately, is like Boeing's standard of quality has gone down significantly
Yeah.
because of their DEI kind of hiring practices, and like they just skimping on safety stuff, and they're getting cheaper what do you call it, components from China and others. And so they're at the worst point in their manufacturing capability, and they're getting the biggest orders ever.
Okay. There's 2 points here. We are seeing more manufacturing jobs coming back to the US, so partially due to the trade wars, the tariff wars.
Well, it's the Trump effect.
Recently, NVIDIA and Apple has created in the process of creating manufacturing plants in the US.
And the semiconductor people.
Yeah. So in theory, that would reduce the reliance on China. And
Still, I don't know what the raw material capacity is in America right now. They might still have to get some of that from
that's a good question.
See, that's one of the goals that's one of the goals that Trump is trying to go for. He's wanting to get the industry, the actual metal and mining industries back up and going. Like he doesn't like the idea of Detroit sitting freaking abandoned. You know what I mean? That was the largest car freaking manufacturer in the world at one time, and now.
And this is where international politics comes into play. Things like the Ukraine, rare metal
Steel manufacturing,
and the resources in places like South Africa.
Right. And see, that is something that brings me back to England too. You know, whereas England is having issues because of their subjects, the United States, we're being gracious, and we're making big deals with these poor countries like Qatar, and
Qatar is highly.
We're reaching out to them with our graciousness and saying, "Look, you can buy our products."
Oh no! It's just good economic sense, isn't it? If you are a producer of a product and you've got a country that wants to buy your products, that's just good economics.
Well, what Trump's trying to do right now is actually save the United States from itself, because the way it was printing money would mean it would have the servicing its debt with the not inflation. What's the word?
Superinflation.
To service the debt would have cost $1 trillion a year just to service the debt on the American dollar.
Right.
And so, yeah, his only option is to either spend less money or start producing more and having more economic output. And so it's one of his only options right now, really.
Now,
points for a minute, Roger. Sorry, Mr. Robert. I saw a report. I think just yesterday, and I can't remember if it was Microsoft or Face or Meta platforms. One of them just decided to reduce to fire something like end contracts of something like 600,000 employees. And I've seen a couple of other US-based companies that are reducing their recruitment, the staff numbers. And part of the argument is related to DEI hires. People being hired just because of the colour of the skin or the sex that they are, the DEI arguments, and doing in reality irrelevant non-profitable jobs, or jobs that don't really aid in the creation of the profits of the company.
Well, now the thing about it is too is you got to think GE and X. Okay, that's not just freaking Boeing as well. I mean, Rolls-Royce is going to be making big money off this too. You know what I mean? That's actually British, isn't it? GE
so.
Aerospace.
Yeah.
Is that who makes the engines or what?
Yeah, they make the turbines.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about employment in the UK because there's a big argument about the lack of manufacturing jobs in the UK at this present moment. Anyway,
I believe, from what I remember, they were actually
steel factory in the UK.
Sorry.
Sorry.
They're actually. I know they are related to Boeing, but don't they have an association with Rolls-Royce though?
Potentially, I would used to. I don't know the current situation. I'd have to do some research on the current situation.
I've got a question for you, Roger.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen an American president going overseas and making deals for corporations like Trump does? Because I can't think of it.
That's what I keep telling you. This is actually tradition. They all do it. If you pay attention to just after a president gets into office, they make it a point to travel to frickin' Israel. Then from Israel, they go to frickin' Saudi Arabia. And then from Saudi Arabia, they go to Qatar, and they make their rounds. Okay?
Yeah, but I thought that was more for political.
It's for political and financial.
Well, political, economic, yeah, it's all single package sort of thing.
You see what they do is they're the delivery man. They stop in at Israel to get all the money from the Jewish bankers, and they send it down to Saudi Arabia so that Saudi Arabia can frickin' annihilate the Yemen. And then they go to frickin' Qatar, and they frickin' sell Qatar. Hey man,
I'm going to caveat that with the term alleged.
well, that's what the general consensus here in the United States is.
Remember, the Saudi Arabia is an extremely rich country in itself.
I would believe an American over an English person any day, ladies and gentlemen. When it comes to this topic right here, trust me.
And I would believe an English person over a Jew.
Are you disputing that Saudi Arabia is a rich country?
What it is both. Okay, Israel knows that Qatar is an issue. They know that they're a threat because there's a lot of historical evidence that proves that people from Qatar are actually the true people of Israel. Okay, because in the Bible it says that there was Judea and then there was Israel, and Israel was taken into captivity by the Babylonians, where the Judeans fled south. Okay, now this is written into the Hebrew Bible. Okay, and that causes a lot of friction between Israel and Yemen, because Yemen at one time made claims that they were actually descendants of the true Israelites. And even though that Israel and Saudi Arabia has problems, they both agree that Yemen is an issue, okay? Because the Yemen are always attacking Saudi Arabia. There's a lot of conflicts between those two. You see, so the enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend is basically what it comes down to. You know what I mean? So Israel sends money to frickin' Saudi Arabia to support them so that they can do attacks on Yemen. Basically how it plays out.
Again, I've not seen any actual evidence of this. I've heard rumors, but I've not seen it. Speculation, but I've not seen any evidence of
Just look at the cities. If you want to see evidence, look at the demolished cities that are sitting in waste, and people are dying every day because of freaking attacks in Yemen.
Yeah, but again, you are conflating wars with international politics. provide any evidence of this. I mean, we could have an entire argument about things like the Beaufort Treaty and what happened in World War One or during World War One and also World War Two, of the two Beaufort treaties. But again, I think your argument is more speculation than an
The
actual
Qatar
fact.
Peninsula has been inhabited for at least 50,000 years, as evidenced by Stone Age tools and encampments discovered across the arid landscape. Archaeological expeditions in the mid-20th century uncovered over 200 prehistoric sites, including flint spearheads, pottery fragments, etc. Among the most significant findings are the artifacts linked to the Ubaid civilization.
What relevance has that?
The Ubaid.
What were you talking about?
The Ubaid.
Well, I'm looking into like, what are the historical origins of the Qatari people, right? And the Ubaid civilization flourished around 6,500 BC to 3,800 BC. This is in the Arabian Gulf. By the 5th century BCE, the Greek historian Herodotus documented the presence of Canaanite seafarers in Qatar, describing them as skilled navigators who dominated regional maritime trade. This aligns with the geographer Ptolemy's reference in Gatara, a settlement believed to correspond with ancient Qatari town of Zebbara, a pivotal port in the Gulf's trade networks. The peninsula.
I didn't want a history lesson. Just get to the point, please.
He's ready. Is it?
I don't know the point. I'm busy reading it. So
you're just giving us an history lesson without any context in what we are talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Roger just said that he thought that the origins of the Qatari people are Jewish, and I was just giving it a bit of historical context. What's wrong with that?
No, I said that. I said that the Jewish people fled into what is now called Yemen. Okay.
Yeah, but
south.
Empires come and go. Persian Empire ended. The Ottoman Empire ended. I mean, now you're going to say the Ottoman Empire has got relevance on modern day politics.
The Ottoman Empire was never an ancient empire.
The Persian Empire has got relevance in the day-to-day modern politics.
I was so relieved when I finally started figuring out the history of the Middle East because it was so confusing to me. And like I was one of those people who always thought that the Ottoman Empire went back a really long time, but they didn't. There was actually empires that were before.
I mean, if you want to make that argument, then yeah, maybe we Brits should go back and invade Normandy and Brittany.
Well, Normandy, you guys should be ashamed of yourself. With Normandy is actually a better example than when it comes to instead of Tripoli, you should look at Normandy and see what that's.
And you US citizens should be speaking Scandinavian Norse.
You know, like that was horrible actually. With Normandy isn't that right there where frickin' the Persian Gulf and or where Cairo and everything and the Persian Gulf comes through the Gulf of what is that? The Red Sea. Isn't
Normandy is north East France. Actually north France.
So the Qatari people came from the Bedouin tribes that migrated across the Arabian Peninsula by the 7th CE. The Bandit, Ubaid, and other Arab clans established dominance in the region, with the Al Khalifa tribe emerging as the key power broker.
The Al Khalifa are what a lot of people consider terrorists today. Now, the Ubaid are also the ones that were hiding the location of Petra. as well. Whenever Petra was discovered, the guy who found out about it had to lie to an Ubaid, and not lie to him, just not tell him who he really was, so that he would lead him to the city. And that's how he actually found out where the city of Petra was. But the Ubaid kept it secret for quite a long time.
Did the springs in Petra dry up? Is that why it
No,
disappeared?
they still have reservoirs. I've seen documentaries of them where they've shown freaking water still in the wells because they have waterways, causeways that
So
were.
what happened to the city then? It's gone now, isn't it?
No, it's still there. It's still there.
What?
Yes, it is still there. You can see videos of it and everything. It's beautiful.
Yeah, the stones are still there, but there's not a city anymore.
Yes, there is an actual city of Petra. It's beautiful. They've got
Wait, where is Petra?
they've got little waterways that whenever it rains, these waterways will collect the water and send it into wells, and that's how they used to collect their water from all over the place. As a matter of fact, in the Bible where it says frickin' Moses struck his cane and water came up, that was just within frickin' distance of Petra. So was Aaron's burial site, Moses' brother. A lot of people don't know that. He was buried just a short ways away from Petra too. Isn't that amazing?
We diverting from the entire subject.
Well, I mean,
all going.
we need to have a discussion on what was talked about the people from Judea flying south. You know what I mean? Where would they?
All right, let me look that up.
Where would they go? Would they go to maybe the burial site of?
So you're
Aaron?
saying after Egypt, they traversed the desert, got to Israel, and then what? After the Persians, they fled south.
What happened is the Babylonians invaded Jerusalem, and
Babylonians or Persians?
the Babylonians.
Okay.
The Persians were actually the ones who freed the Jews from captivity.
This is all fascinating, but I can't see Babylonians or Persians creating Boeing airplanes.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So please.
That is true. But we were talking about these presidents who make a trip to Israel, and then they make a trip to Saudi Arabia, and then they go to Kuwait, and then they go to, I believe, they may end up in Qatar too. I'm pretty sure they would end up in Qatar. That's one of the major players in that area. So and that's just my take on it when it comes to that. So, and I'm not gonna be playing need some references. Where's your sources and stuff? This is untethered, and that's what we're doing here. We're having a conversation.
As I was saying before, this should aid in bringing jobs back to the US.
Yeah, it will. I believe it will.
Which is the important factor that we should really consider in this.
Well, I mean, I like the idea of the fact that we speak out of one side of our freaking mouth saying horrible things about Muslims and Arabs and all of these things, and then we turn around and we go make one of the biggest deals Boeing's ever had with, guess what, the Arabs and the Muslims. So, I mean, stop speaking with a forked tongue, you know what I mean? I get a kick out of that, and
stop being a warmonger, you know.
Yeah,
Moral of the story.
Basically. It's that's the one thing that really rings out with me on that one. This is a huge deal, and who do they go to freaking make the deal? You know what I mean? They go.
Did you see how they welcomed Trump? That was pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and
Yeah, no, to me it just shows like, make friends, not enemies. Like today's enemies is going to be tomorrow's friends. Just don't do it.
well, I mean, you know where the money's coming from. You know who's patting the pocket. I mean that's basically the best way of
Money
saying
is
it.
going to be irrelevant in like 50 years. And it's gonna
Yeah,
all-
according to you. I'm not as optimistic as you, that's to say.
The thing is, like all the the difficult jobs of like extracting things and building things is going to be automated, and like we're going to have more than what we need. So I just don't see finances
I
coming into
think
it. It's
you've
going to be
been
more about
watching far too
relationships.
much Star Trek. I think, yeah, you've been watching that sort of utopian socialist.
Mate, where are you living? We're in the future. Don't you
Ha-
understand?
We're not
Like
in the future, we're
we're
in the present.
Nah, mate, we're living in the future now. We got freaking jetpacks and hoverboards and bloody spaceships and like AI robots that are cruising around, kickboxing each other. Like, come on. We're not in the bloody Middle
Please.
Ages,
And we all
colonial times
sitting
anymore.
down, tucking into our plate of Soylent Green.
Soylent
Just saying.
Green, what the hell, dude? You see what I'm saying? He just freaking flips
Well, you
out.
said we're in the future.
This is that British mindset
Yeah,
that I'm
but
talking about.
Soylent Green, dude, where the hell did you? Why did that even pop up in your head, dude? You know what I'm saying? You know what that movie's about. They're freaking taking people
Yeah,
and putting them in a meat grinder.
but he's talking about future. I'm just saying that that's a potential future.
Of all things you
And
could
if
think
say
of,
we live
dude.
in the future.
Seriously, I would have thought of like
Well,
1984 or something like that, but no, you have to throw Soylent Green in there. I mean, come on, that is,
I can't even remember what that's about.
And everybody will be born in test tubes.
yeah.
And we
Okay.
all have a designated place of occupation as determined by our birth.
Well, if some people get
Yeah,
their way,
so
that's the way it'll be.
And I
If
think
we let this
I think that right there, what you just said, proved a pretty good point that the younger generations need to know what Soylent Green is because, like you just said, you've never even heard of that term before. Okay, that was probably one of the most controversial freaking stories ever freaking put out. I mean, dead serious. You'll hear everybody talk about like 1984 and the whole thing about that, but Soylent Green was just downright freaking insane, okay? Stormtroopers that freaking herded humans up by crowds and just shoved them into the meat grinders for food, and they would feed them to the rest of the human population, dude. Old people.
Yeah, look, that's what happens if we keep like letting psychopaths rule over us. But I think people are sick of that now, and I honestly think
I don't think they are. I don't
we
think
want
they
to get
are.
rid of these bastards.
Welcome to the future.
I really don't think they are
It's
sick
the
of it.
future if you don't do anything. Then the only people that do something is the psychopaths. So I think if you play an active role in creating your future, we can create like Star Trek times.
Psychopaths like or sociopaths like Blair and
Yeah,
WEF,
if
WHO.
we keep voting people like that in, we're gonna just get more of the same.
These people aren't voted in. Klaus Shops was never voted in, not by the pop.
Well, he actually just got voted out, so that's
Well, yeah,
that's
but who's going to replace him?
Yeah.
Well, that's
The
not
head
really
at the present moment is the head of Nestle, the company that stated not that long ago that water shouldn't bear human rights.
Well, I mean, water should be human right. I mean, every person.
100%.
Arizona freaking makes it a law where you can't refuse water to somebody who needs it. If they come into a freaking business and say, "Look, I'm thirsty," they need to have water. You know what I mean? It's your
Yeah.
job to give them water to survive in the desert. If you
Well, yeah, I agree, and that's the way the ancient Aboriginals worked as well. Even if someone was from a different tribe, if they ask you for food or water, you have to give it to them.
Well, I don't know about food, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, water definitely, because
Well, I mean, if someone is starving and you don't give them a bit of food and you have a bunch,
dude,
then
there's
you're
shitloads.
actually like enabling their starvation.
There's
Right?
there's shitloads of food sources though. Like cockroaches have shitloads of freaking protein in them. You know what I mean?
Like I mentioned earlier
I'm talking about in the
on
context of
Major
like if
Cards.
you're in the desert and
Yeah.
you're sitting there in your campsite and you have a whole bunch of food, someone comes out of the desert, they're about to die,
Well,
and they
yeah,
ask
that's
you for
different.
food or
Yeah,
water.
that would be
But
different.
the same principle is the person you're helping today might help you tomorrow. You know what I mean? And if you go around saying no to everyone, eventually someone's going to say no to you. So I think it's better that we just help each other rather than try and dominate and control each other. It's my general outlook on it.
That's where the hippie side of Mr. Robot comes out.
It's not hippie,
That's
it's
where
human
the
nature,
entire
man. It's how we survived through our ice ages and stuff. We helped each other. We didn't just like go and bloody feed on each other like we
Well,
do
they
now.
didn't feed on each other, but they didn't just help each
people
other
got
either.
food.
Like when
Oh.
you know, I mean, it was like freaking yeah, they did start communities eventually, but as time went on, you know what I mean? When they learned that they could do more with one another, but still they had to freaking hunt to survive. And you didn't harm your body freaking you knew that your body was the most important thing. You couldn't get sick. You couldn't freaking get into some kind of conflict that would hurt your freaking physical self. You know what I mean? They understood those kind of things. Today, man, people are
And
idiots.
if you take that to its logical conclusion, then you've got things like Marxism.
Not necessarily Marxism. That's a bastardization of it. More like cooperative enterprise. Where obviously you can't just have everyone leeching off the system. I'm talking about like when there's real need, but what I'm like, a lot of countries has social support systems and stuff like that, and that can be beneficial. But when the majority of people are just leeching off the system, then that's not good. But if everyone feels like they're part ownership in the future of your nation, then more people would want to play a role in it. What we have now is like
And then we're talking about cross nation sort of things.
not
We sort of then
necessarily
be
because like
pushing globalization.
no. Because historically, we've always sort of gathered in tribes, right? We've been in groups where we sort of resonate, and that's how
Right.
the Chinese people stick to themselves mostly. The bloody Italians do. Everyone sticks to their own sort of cultural group because they understand each other better. But yeah, there needs to be a balance there for sure. But what I'm saying is, we need to make people feel like they are part owners in their own future, partly responsible for their own future, and therefore want to participate in politics, in governance, in production, all that stuff. And that I would term that a cooperative enterprise rather than a sort of strictly capitalist enterprise.
See, this kind of mentality is what brings
Anyway,
us into
that's
the
what I'm-
next
What
topic.
are we talking
Hold
about
up.
again?
This brings us into the next topic actually, because this is this.
Roger is meant to be the moderator.
Hold on.
us.
Now the next topic is the United Kingdom's farmer
I think this is a good
protests.
time for the next subject, Roger.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, okay, I
what are
was
you gonna?
muted. Sorry about that. Now this brings us actually into the next topic, which is important because this is the kind of crap that's going on in England, and I love to trash on England every chance I get. Okay. Now,
I've noticed.
the United Kingdom's farmers protest. Now they are having issues about the same shit you're saying is good. This inheritance tax laws. Um, Now, mass protest organized by farmer organizations against new inheritance tax laws on agricultural assets have taken place around the United Kingdom since November of 2024. The new laws were proposed in the October 2024 budget on the Labour government and have led to thousands of British farmers protesting, including in Parliament Square and addressing MPs directly in Parliament. Now, the protests were a response to proposed changes in inheritance taxes on agricultural assets, which media outlets dubbed as a tractor tax. Previously, the intergenerational transfer of farms had been exempt from taxation as a result of 1992 tax break. As a result of 1992 tax break by the Conservative Major Ministry intended to protect food security. Now, in November of 2024, the local elected Labour Starmer Ministry announced plans to remove the exempt from inheritance taxes for farms valued over at least £1 million in order to generate revenue for public services, set to take effect in April of 2026. The new policy would see a 20% inheritance tax on farm valued over that threshold, half the standard rate of inheritance tax, and could be paid interest free across 10 years. I believe is what that said. So that's what sticks out to me. They're going after the farmers, and this inheritance tax is something else too that I think is pretty interesting. Now, in the United States or in the United Kingdom's inheritance tax is a transfer tax. It was introduced with effect from 18 March of 1986, replacing capital transfer tax. The UK has the fourth highest inheritance tax rate in the world, according to conservative think tank, the Tax Foundation. This is
okay. In my opinion, the concept of inheritance tax is just a ridiculous concept in the first place because if you're purchasing or
I think you froze up.
tackling that, and I'm just going to state that I consider inheritance tax to be a necessary ridiculous tax.
It sounds actually like a pretty horrible freaking idea, to be honest with you. I mean, if you're actually supposed to be a free country and freaking, well, this actually, I don't know, this goes back to differences in constitutions too, because like our Constitution protects freaking people and allows them to freaking own private property. And that's what I asked you before is what is your guys' take on property? Do you actually get to own property or are you leasing it?
Yeah,
Well,
that's
first
the
of all,
entire.
I'll say this. England has never been a free place. That's why the American people left there to go find a new place because they were under the thumb of the aristocracy there, and it's still the same today. I mean, What's the property inheritance taxes on the royal family? What's the inheritance taxes on the barons and the lords and stuff in England? Bloody fuck all, I'm sure.
Inheritance tax has it a lot of the so-called baron sort of lords.
My point is, this is a tax on the peasants. Right? This is to keep the peasants down.
Organisations like National Trust have stepped in to purchase estates, or at least parts.
I don't get what your point is, Mark.
Individual.
My point is that
I'm just saying that you stated, you sort of alluded to, suggested that inheritance tax doesn't hit the so-called upper echelons, but it does.
Okay, but let's say it does, for the sake of argument. All right, these people have so much money that it doesn't actually affect them. All right, whereas farmers that are barely keeping their farms together, you put an extra tax on them, it'll affect them much more. Is what I'm saying.
It's
so
not
it keeps
money,
the lower classes low and the upper classes high. Is the ultimate effect.
It's not money in the strict sense in the first place, because it could be tied up in other products. I mean, a business owner doesn't have really money, because that money is being put in for it's already tied into, I don't know, factories and buildings and offices and other assets. So it's not actual physical dirt money.
Well, see,
value. That I don't really care whether it's money or not. It's value, and
value can go up and can go down.
Now, see, the whole premise of it is like these farmers are saying that even though that they're freaking asset rich, they're cash poor. You know what I mean? And they also say it creates a situation where the heirs of these farmers, once they freaking take over the land, would be forced into selling farmland just to meet tax obligations.
Yeah,
you see what I mean?
Which reduces food security in the country. And where will this land go to? It will go to companies such as companies that wish to build new buildings. Therefore,
now
these field areas will become poorly or entire new towns, cities, or new residential areas with poor infrastructure to aid in well, in some cases, to aid in our immigration issues.
Well, I mean, the thing of it is like the people that are that support the change, okay, they say stuff that's pretty freaking ridiculous too. Like they say that this helps to mitigate and prevent wealthy individuals from buying farmland to avoid inheritance taxes.
Mm.
You know what I mean? But that doesn't make any freaking sense.
It says here, because the ultra-rich often have complex estate structures, including trusts and companies, which can be used to minimize inheritance tax liabilities. For example, the estate of Gerald Governor, the 6th Duke of Westminster, was thought to be comparable to the valuation of land holdings of £9 billion, yet the tax savings from such large estates are significant. Tax savings.
Well, I mean,
in contrast, the working class and middle class are more
suggesting
states that do not exceed the threshold.
Yeah.
So
let's see if anyone is exempt from this.
Yeah, so not only are you suggesting a reduction in food security, you're also saying that there's going to be less jobs because if these rich people are using that money to create jobs,
Well, I think
and
it's
the
just going to result in a
government
centralization of power
they
because you're going to have big funds come in like BlackRock and them, or like Bill Gates, and they'll buy up all the farmland that are getting sold off by these farmers that can't sustain it anymore. The jobs will still be there, but it'll be owned by fewer and fewer people.
will they?
And that actually does have an impact on food security because less
I,
people make more
I
decisions on more
I
people's
disagree.
sustenance.
I disagree. I disagree because if a company, if a global company buys up the land and finds there is for various factors finding that their investment is not profitable, then what's stopping them saying, well, we don't need this land anymore. We'll go to another country and then that's cheaper.
Yeah, but do you think they're going to give the land back? No, they're not.
No, it will go to another private sector company,
They'll
and
keep it. They don't.
like I said, it will be built.
And here's the other thing to think about. What if that company becomes hostile to the people? If they decide there's too many people, let's reduce the population, let's add more of this
The other
unregulated
argument
chemical to the food.
is well, are the indigenous
You guys don't
employees
have. No, no,
demanding too
no.
much money.
No, you don't have indigenous people, dude.
Demanding too much money in
Don't
wages,
play that
then
shit.
let's just chip in a load of people from Timbuktu to replace
No,
them.
we're talking about England, dude. You know you ain't got no indigenous people. You got freaking white crazy people. That's all you got. Freaking. See, they can do that shit in Australia. We can do it here in the United States and in Canada, but you can't do that. You don't have indigenous people. You are the indigenous.
Wow.
Anglo-Saxon, Anglo-Normans.
So,
Probably wiped them out a long time ago.
I think England's been freaking like white since the beginning of creation. Like back whenever they had like cavemen and everything, they were crazy white people butt naked running around.
Now they're even crazier.
Drinking tea.
And this entire farm sort of issue is a big argument throughout Europe and
But I
even in
don't
the
get
US.
your position, Mark. What is your actual alignment here? I don't get it.
Let me finish. This argument that's being used in the US, at the bottom of the Wikipedia page you just showed, there were a couple of examples of protests in Norway, in Germany, and various other areas. I think was at the bottom of the page.
Netherlands as well.
And this goes back to the sort of WEF, sort of globalized, sort of you eats the bugs argument.
Exactly. So you are agreeing that there is a systematic agenda to destroy the food supply of the West by multinational, centralized
Destroy food
organizations.
security. I won't say destroy the food supply. I would say destroy national food security.
Why do you think they want to do that? Or what would be the strategic goal?
Because the sort of globalized neo-Marxist ideology.
I mean, for me, here in the United States, I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but here in the United States, I've become aware of the amount of money that it does cost for tractors, okay? Like, now we're having, like, John Deere tractors are at their highest freaking selling rate when it comes to used tractors. Not brand new ones, but ones that are being put on the auction block. They've hit record highs from all time, you know what I mean? And the price of these tractors are going up, you know. So
and also the servicing of the tractors are going up because of the proprietary software. But I've discussed this with both of you many times before that John Deere is really a serious, it's a real issue when it comes to poor service or bad
Farmers
service.
like analog, old school, easy to maintain equipment. You know, they don't like this necessarily high tech,
Yeah, and
automated
farmers
electronic
are
stuff.
being forced to agree to contracts that they cannot service the tractors, their equipment themselves.
Right.
Yeah, too many hidden costs.
Now, I want to ask both of you a serious question. With all that bullshit set aside, freaking seeing those farmers drive down Downing Street tell me that that was not fucking cool as shit.
Which one?
Actually, my own landlady from my place is actually a farm herself, and we were discussing this just after. Not the last protest, but I think the protest before. And she was saying that her two sons actually went to there and went to London in their own tractors and were part of the protest. And
Now,
Did you say the farmers' protest was cool as shit? Is that what you said?
what they did is they freaking got their okay. It's always they've always said no freaking agricultural machinery is allowed to go into London. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So a small group of farmers.
Group. It was only a small group.
Well,
yeah, perspective. Yeah.
They ended up going past Downing Street. Okay.
Wow.
And of course, you know, it necessitated like a military action or police action. The Metropolitan Police had to take action on it, and it drew a lot of freaking attention. So
this is kind of like the Canadian trucker convoy equivalent.
yeah, and nobody even heard about this shit. You know what I mean?
I remember it was a few years ago. One of them took a big load of shit and just dumped it in front of Parliament.
Yeah. In France, they sprayed manure. They sprayed freaking liquid manure all over the freaking city buildings and everything when they were driving by. They just sprayed it all over it.
But remember the French farmers don't hold back. That when they've got a complaint, you will hear about that complaint.
French people as well, like a lot of a lot of European and even South American countries, they don't take crap from the government as much as our people do. I respect that.
They don't get, in this case, they don't take crap; they give crap.
Yeah, that's what we need to do. They should actually do it on the politicians' houses so that they have to deal with it.
Now, let me get this straight. The inheritance tax, when you pay those inheritance taxes, does that make you exempt from paying all the other taxes in England?
I don't think so.
No, you still have to pay all the other taxes as well. That's you're eligible to pay. Yeah,
because I did.
So
inheritance taxes, there's an extra tax.
You know, it was like if it's worth over £370,000, it's a 40% tax. That's insane. I mean, that's a lot of money. Trump just basically wants to cut taxes for people under 15 million. You know, yeah, that's interesting.
I think
again, I consider a lot of what the Labour government is doing, especially what the Labour government is doing, is just short-sightedness. I can, and me talking about the actual money that the actual revenue that's coming from these taxes, from things like the inheritance taxes, quite a small amount in real terms.
I
So
think it's beneficial if
just
it's like
really,
taxing old money that's been sitting there doing nothing for the people for like, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. And like, I don't know, I think 15 million is probably a good figure on it. If people have like, hundreds of millions of dollars just sitting there, it's probably beneficial for the country to have it eventually flow back into a fund that's going to
there,
benefit the
there is
country.
a issue at this present moment in the UK where the government is suggesting, only suggesting at the moment, that savings will have an additional tax on them. So if you've worked hard all of your life and you've created a savings for maybe your pension pot or to give to your children or something, then why should the government, and you've
Exactly.
already paid taxes on those savings already, why should the government or the states receive even more taxation?
Exactly. And see, this is where me and you agree on that shit. That's what I was talking about with what Mr. Robot was saying previous to me bringing this topic up. This is the result of the stuff he was talking about. This is the buildup. Like you're seeing it take place right here. You see, in what we are talking about. Okay, we need to stop doing this regulation, especially when it comes to agriculture. And another thing I'm going to say too is we have the USDA here, and we need to stop freaking buying and selling to the United States Department of Agriculture. When people freaking sell their freaking their farm stuff, it needs to be like the food, the tractors, all that. It needs to be done within the community, within the corporations, whatever. But it does not need to be facilitated through government organizations. You know, this stuff is.
This is where I slightly differ. With you. As I've stated many times, I do believe in regulations, but I also argue for limited regulations for the protection of the public.
Yeah, now like, well, even in that aspect, I'm kind of leery. Like when it comes to like milk, okay, they talk about 2% milk. We're not really being told what's being put in 2% milk.
Well, in the UK we are, because we've got extremely strict
Then tell me
food.
what's in 2% milk, Mr. Wise, Mr.
But in the
English,
US, yes, not so much.
Mr. British dude. Why don't you tell me what's in 2% milk then?
Well, there's milk in there, 2%.
You know, he's thinking he froze up with his head freaking.
I've never heard of 2% milk, to be honest.
Getting ready to explode. He was like turned to the left thinking, and like, what's in 2% milk? You see, nobody knows.
What I'm more concerned about is what's in the cows. Like, what are they feeding these animals? GMO grains sprayed with what?
Right.
And then how much of that goes into the fats of the animals and into the milk? And then we're feeding that to babies, and what's that going to do to their immune systems? These are the kinds of things that need to be investigated before they give it to people, not after, years after,
Again, like I said, in Britain and a lot of European countries, we've got extremely strict rules when it comes to these things.
Yeah.
Again, in Australia, in the US, in various other countries, there are, let's say,
Yeah, the problem is money, right? Like wherever the money is, that's where the laws tend to go, and like the science tends to go. And I feel like we need to develop a better system for that.
In your example, in US and Australia example, yeah, that's true. But in the UK, not so much.
Well, it's changing now.
We've got much more.
For a long time, you actually had a government that cared about the people, but now you've got a malicious government, and it's changing, and now it's tending to favor the corporations over the people. And that's always going to be the tendency, right?
But again, when we're talking about the specifics of food regulation,
We just had this conversation
What kind of regulation it is? It's a matter of whether the government wants to do good by the people or whether they want to line their pockets with lots of money.
Right.
And in the end, you're always going to end up eventually with some greedy politician that wants to line their pockets with money. That's why you need to create legal systems that actually can account for that.
In the UK, we have got the big interest. Each politician has to demonstrate what their interests are, and again, I'll go back to my old point. There is no such thing as government money. It is state money. Government, the only thing that is government money is for the purpose of electioneering.
Now, beekeepers and their supporters have protested in Parliament Square to call for the government to support a ban on pesticides linked to the death of bees. Research suggests that neonicotinoid pesticides have significant adverse effects on the survival rate of bees. The protest comes ahead of a vote in the European Union proposal to ban the use of the chemicals. Britain has previously refused to back the ban, saying the effects of these chemicals on bees is unclear.
You are reading from that article that you showed us earlier, which is 10 years old, or actually 11 years old tonight.
But that's the care and the love that your government has through regulations.
On the current situation, but again,
they just love you guys, dude. I mean, this is, and I've been waiting to do this for a while.
Voting the EU. Yeah, that was 13 years ago. That was 11 years ago. That's not current.
Okay, so
it is a current situation.
So, let me ask you: Has this issue been solved? Because from what I'm seeing here, it's not solved. Apparently, you have farmers with freaking tractors protesting down freaking the middle of the street of London.
Yeah, this is a current, but that is a current issue. That's not an issue from 13 years ago or 11 years ago.
Yeah. This is from 2013, April the 26th.
And the video that Mr. Roberts shown on screen here was to state that there was a date to state it there to say in 2014.
Right. Now, has any of this stuff ever been resolved though? It says Britain has previously refused to back the ban, saying the effects of these chemicals on bees is unclear. Matt Shardlow, chief executive of nature conservative organization BugLife, said Britain abstained last time, and has made no commitment this time. But we want them to support a ban across Europe.
12 years ago.
We don't care about the time, man. This took place. This is what took place. This is what's taking place in England. This is what's taking place in England over and over and over again, dude. It is happening. Okay.
It's happened.
No, it's still happening.
It's happened.
It's still happening.
Past tense.
Ban.
Have you done the current research?
What are you saying?
Have you researched up to present day?
Yes, that's why I freaking was talking earlier, or just a little while ago, about freaking this thing with the tax.
No,
that's actually taking place right now.
It's specifically on the bee subject. Have you done research?
The pesticides, as a matter of fact, now the younger farmers in your country is saying that they freaking want this ban to be released because they freaking say that it's causing problems for young farmers to get into the business or some shit like that.
So I remember, I think it was a couple of years ago, I remember looking at this, the UK upheld the ban on agricultural, or not on domestic, I don't think it was domestic usage, but on agricultural usage, I think. But again, I would have to do the actual
Yeah, it's the
area. The current GP license for glyphosate says is due to expire in December 2025.
yeah, it says that freaking the use of pesticides in the UK farms to be cut by 10% by 2030 to protect bees. So they are just now starting to cut pesticides by 10%, and that'll be by 2030. And that's current, and you can find that in.
Yeah, it looks like there is a, as far as the EU is concerned, I'm not sure about the UK.
That's in the UK.
But it looks like there is a 10-year license agreement between the people that create Roundup.
Campaigners welcomed the news, but said they were disappointed that the target applied only to arable farms and not to urban areas and parks. The plan has been a long time coming. It has been delayed since 2018. The EU's target for pesticide reduction is more ambitious. Its member states aim to reduce the use and risk of chemical pesticides, as well as the use of more hazardous pesticides by 50% by 2030. So the EU is outperforming the UK government, and the UK government will be unveiling.
Sorry, I'm just reading something in relation to a vote in the EU. But again, it doesn't matter what the EU votes for. If they're told by the European Commission to vote one way, they will. I mean, let's not joke that the EU is a democratic.
It's not. I don't agree with that either.
It's not at all.
I agree with that. Now, but the fact that all of this is stemming because everybody over there has this idea that they have to regulate everything. You know what I mean? And then they have freaking, which don't get me wrong, pesticides that kill bees is a serious problem. You know what I mean? But you don't need to freaking
Again, I would have to have a look at the current scientific thinking on that, because the this argument has been going back and forth for at least good 10 years now, if not long, probably a lot longer, actually.
Well, with farmers, it's been a long, long time. So
yeah, yeah. So the argument to say that it does or doesn't has not been completely proven.
Okay, so where did Mr. Robot go? He's silent. He decided he's gonna run away. He doesn't want to hear about this freaking pesticide stuff in England.
But I also was.
Yeah, he had to go pee. he had to go pee.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I do believe in some regulation.
Well, I mean,
some
Can you guys hear
regulation.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mr. Robot. You're back. We got you.
I was on mute. I was like talking to myself this whole time.
Oh my God, were you? Well, repeat yourself
Okay.
so that we can we can hear
Well,
what you
I
have to
was
say.
just saying, like, bees is a massive issue, and it's like it's only one of many issues related to pesticides. And remember, pesticides is a general term for a lot of different kinds of chemicals. You get your herbicides, you get your fungicides, you got your insecticides, and they all play different roles in damaging the environment and the people. And like cancer rates are at an all-time high right now, and they're just starting to find out the role of pesticides in causing cancer. Like I was just showing before, like Bayer is
Be
starting to ask for
careful because
immunity from
this is
lawsuits
a
because
lot of this is
they got
some of this is
180,000
inconclusive
lawsuits
at the
from
moment.
farmers who are who have developed cancer after spraying the pesticide. Like even in America, the North Carolina wants to pass this bill to remove responsibility from pesticide manufacturers and sellers to disclose the product's risks. So, like, there's always going to be this push by like big corporations to lower their risk, but at the expense of increasing the risk to the people. So I think it's really important
I'm
to
not.
maintain these
I
protests.
don't like how this language is being used. Some of this is inconclusive.
No, it's not. It used to be. It's like 100% proven fact now that
It's just, sorry, in some cases the science is not closed. It's an ongoing scientific thing, and for you to say this without stating potential risks is a bit disingenuous.
No. I think science is fairly settled on many different pesticides, and that's why the EU has banned many of them. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, that's why I said some.
Obviously, we're
Some.
still gathering data, and over time, we're going to keep adding to that body of knowledge. So I'm not saying it's like closed, but I'm saying it's gotten to the point now where we can go, okay, there's such a strong relationship between harm and these chemicals that we need to really start bringing in regulations to protect the people from them. And when we have big corporations coming in and asking to remove responsibility from pesticide manufacturers and sellers to disclose product risks, I think that's a problem, and
Again,
yeah.
I will always caveat with potential risks, but I do see your point. When corporations state that they are going to remove information from the public domain, then that's just the time to stop worrying.
I mean, that's the whole point of regulations, right? Is to sort of protect the people when they don't know enough necessarily. And
I believe that this is our second actual political stream, right? With Untethered, yeah.
I didn't know it was going to be political, but
well, that's what this like the last one was current events. This is political. So now the thing is we are coming up on the biggest hardcore freaking topic that we have tonight, and it's going to get rough and it's going to get dangerous because we're going to be talking some serious shit. And I know we are because Mark Edworthy is racist as fuck.
And look,
I keep telling everybody about that. The way he badmouths Eskimos is just a shame, dude. He just needs to leave those.
Legal representative.
And the way he treats French people, dude, like, oh my god, dude.
And they're the native people there too.
Yeah. But no, just joking. But what I want to do is I want to take a quick 15-minute break so that we can play some of Mr. Robot's cool freaking music again, and everybody can go get some coffee.
At least play different ones this time, not the same ones.
Well, I have different ones, but the only problem is they're one song at a time, and they'll loop back and forth for 15 minutes, one song. So, I do have ones that are mine, but those are more my mix things, so they might not be all that great.
Well,
I know people don't like mine.
we need to sort that out so we can get new music every time rather than the same music.
Well, I need to just render. I need to render off what I have of you, and I've just been really, really caught up and doing a lot of different stuff.
Yeah, that's all right.
That's
all right.
As long as there's no issue with copyright and
You're right. So, what we can do is we're 2 hours and 41 minutes into the stream. I'm going to put the songs on, and then we can freaking mute out, come back, and we can get started on it. This next one has to do with our buddy Donald Trump, South Africa. In South Africa, those horrible, horrible freaking farmer genocides. So after this, we'll come back and we'll start on that topic, okay?
Sounds good.
Be right back.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man, a new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Awakening to new perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing into unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery, a mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled dissolves, plus 3,000 dissolves through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 dissolves through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 dissolves through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus, this where the dismal sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 dissolves through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Hardly had his Hail Highness heard the easy hedgehog when he hit the humming bee by the hunter who had horrible beetles in the human hall. I love to hear the horse's hard iron hooves go hammer, 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 hammer on the easy highway. I hit my horse hard. I'm hurrying around to hunt up hogs. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, thistle sifter.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his starborn accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from bow, big stones to Mayan sand. Monoliths stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Is a virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Gold turned to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the coalition all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sang screaming, but blueprints survive. Baalbek's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Dream Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the co-attention all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of law, 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood in ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, organ fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled, Leviathan's bones and the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drown, turn to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Nepiston, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds, stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset, scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist, cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes, built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. Wasn't water, it was math, a codex purge. Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math, a codex purge. Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of law. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe.
A block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads. These structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping. Logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's crates can't lift a fifth. What force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive. Yo, this pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode, conscious matrix, alchemic pyramid ode. The sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Money stolen, nah, that's ego talk. A weak hypothesis, truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden wisdom, allegorical crypts. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge, cloaked in simple living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy, pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths of metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves an Encheru, gods with cosmic ships. Gifted fire, math, and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. But the scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. Zet Tepe dawn when gods walked as king. Left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The Emerald Taylor's truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids hold a hand, rising cold and divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt. The truth's a spiral, eternity script. Language of symbolism. We're gods, we've been missing.
Alright, I am back. Everybody still back here? Mr. Robot, you fall asleep?
You gave me enough time to make enough coffee.
Oh, there you go. I'm hoping Mr. Robot didn't fall asleep with all that boring music that he created.
No, I actually enjoy the mystical, ancient stuff.
Well, I mean, you badmouthed your own music, is my whole point.
No, I'm just
the robot roller thing. It's good music to grind coffee too.
no one likes their own cooking, Roger. You know, no one.
I know. I hate my own voice.
But yeah, I don't. I'll if you want, I can make a little 15-minute blend.
I can do it. I mean, I've literally got Blender open right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could actually go and do it as we speak, but I don't know. You know, when you have something that you know you're supposed to do, but you really don't want to do it because something in your brain says, man, you have to do it, but you know you don't want to do it.
Yeah, that's my assignment at work right now.
Yeah. So you know you're supposed to focus on that, but then you start having all these other things pop up into your head to distract you so you don't do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I've got projects written down in my to-do list that have been gone on for 2, 3, 4 years now.
Mm-hmm. Drives me nuts. So tonight, man, this is the big one. This is the one that freaking Donald Trump started here recently. He had, I guess he would be the prime minister for South Africa. I'm not quite sure how.
profession. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm just going to state that it is not really something that Donald Trump
Well, I know.
started.
Let me
It
finish.
has been going on for some time now.
It has been going on, but he had him to the White House and he started talking about white farmer genocide.
Which in one way I thought was a very simple tactic, but in another way I thought was a very clever tactic.
Well, for me, I know that it goes a lot farther back, but it's a lot more important too because it's not. I like I said before we started recording, you know, this is freaking something that has been going on for a long time. But the deal is it's not a freaking racial incident. These farmers are being murdered. It doesn't matter what the color of their skin are. The murder rates are freaking insane when it comes to this topic. You know,
it has become a more racial issue.
Well, that's because of white nationalists.
100%.
Yeah,
right?
It's a. You see that all started because it was perpetuated by white nationalists down there, and it's like I said before the show started.
Actually, when you think about it, there wasn't that much of a problem with the sort of transition of power between the white-skinned people and the dark-skinned people in like 1994 when Nelson Mandela took over.
Mm-hmm.
He actually kind of promoted peace and forgiveness and stuff like that. Just let me finish, Mark, before you bring in your British denialism. Let me just finish my point.
I agree.
And what happened after that is other sort of outside influences came into the country seeking to destabilize and bring in other types of ideologies after Mandela. And I think that's when it got a lot worse, where they stoked this racial division and stuff like that in the media. And now you've got like, you know, certain political parties openly asking for, you know, murder and stuff like this of the white people. And I would say things have gotten a lot worse since the 90s compared to now, is what I'm saying.
Well, I agree with that point, but I disagree with the point that it was caused after Mandela's time. I argue that it was caused during Mandela's time, and Mandela was.
What makes you say that?
An impetus for this issue.
Well, he never asked for racial justice or anything like that. He didn't.
What he
Slow down. You're freezing up.
Was in the first place.
You have to repeat yourself. Everything you just said
he was a terrorist.
What?
I mean, Mandela is
before he was arrested.
Mandela.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Mandela
before he went to prison. After he went to prison, he was a different person.
Amazing peacekeeping or peace, Nick. The image of the what's the term I'm looking for?
See, there's actually a lot of like a lot of like people in the West get like only partial information about Nelson Mandela, and I think that he gets a lot of flack that he doesn't deserve. Like, he was part of the resistance movement, like in the early days during apartheid, but after
he also
like he tried to go into politics, right? And
therefore a terrorist.
Hold on.
He wasn't wearing a uniform. He wasn't a military.
There's no such thing as a terrorist. All right, you need to get that out of your head. That is literally just like, that's just a term that people use.
Please, don't go down on the terrorist.
Okay, so hold up.
Just like the word conspiracy theorist is it's a tactic that people use to demonize certain people.
What was he initially arrested for?
You got to remember that.
What was his initial arrest?
Sorry, no.
Hold up. Hey, what was he initially arrested for and held in prison for?
I think it was for voting.
Uh,
He tried to vote, and then they threw him in prison because black people weren't allowed to vote then.
well, the reason for his long-term imprisonment was because of a bombing. They aided and abetted in a bombing of a civil. I can't remember the exact details, but a bombing of civilian facility.
Now,
True, I didn't know that.
the thing.
Well, yes, just do some homework before you start saying.
He was imprisoned for his opposition to the apartheid regime. He was initially arrested and sentenced to 5 years in prison for leaving the country illegally and conspiracy to overthrow the government in 1962. However, his imprisonment was extended after he was tried and convicted in the Rivonia trial in 1964 for sabotage, treason, and violent conspiracy. Mandela was sentenced for life imprisonment for conspiring to overthrow the state. The South African government used discriminatory laws and brutal repression measures to counter resistance movements against apartheid, including
that's
the
all
ANC.
propaganda.
So you got to take that with a grain of salt because they were pretty like totalitarian against black people at that point.
Sort of.
Well, you know that there was violence that was committed and he was arrested for it. But the rest of that is really propaganda.
Though, right?
Yeah.
The context of it is they were an oppressed people and they were just simply like resisting that oppression. And in my view, that's fairly justified violence.
Right.
And the fact of the matter is, though, after he got out of prison, he was all for peace. His entire presidency never said a harmful word. You know, like I watched him the entire time. My dad actually met him at one point. He was a very, very honorable, peaceful person and a great leader among the black people, especially. And his impact lasted
maybe
a long
in his
time.
latter years. Maybe in his latter years he was a honourable, peaceful person, but in the earlier years, that is.
No, he was like 100% Rainbow Nation. Let's come together from the beginning. I was there the day.
No, as soon as you do some research in relation to.
Mark, I was there. I watched the TV. I saw
the
it all with my own eyes.
Military installations, power plants, telephone lines, and transport links during the 1960s.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the 90s when he got into power.
Yeah, but you made a statement that he was just a peaceful bystander.
I said after he got out of prison.
Now,
I said after he got out of prison, he was a peaceful person.
See, let me kind of put my 2 cents on this. Now, this is something that I can take from it. Now, Mr. Robot, you said that there was outside influences, and for me, I believe it was both outside and it was internal influences.
Agreed.
Now, when you turn around and you look at what took place, now I have no doubt in my mind that when Mandela got out of prison, he was thinking peace. Okay, that doesn't even cross my mind any doubt in that. But what I do have to say is I've been doing extensive research when it comes to South America, and I've had a conversation with you about Cecil Rhodes, which here in the near future we're going to do a show
you
on.
Mean South Africa.
Right.
You said South America.
Well, Cecil Rhodes, but eventually we're going to do an episode on that. And the reason why I was so curious about Cecil Rhodes was because of something that kind of crossed into an area here in the United States that we had. Cecil Rhodes was actually the guy who made it to where people had to freaking have a certain amount of wealth before they could vote, and he did that intentionally so he could suppress the freaking black people to where they couldn't vote.
Just on the line of things.
Now,
his name is pronounced Cecil, not Cecil. I know it's maybe an American
Cecil
term.
Rhodes.
Yeah.
Cecil Rhodes. But
Indeed.
the deal is that progressed. You know what I'm saying? And I hear a lot of people like to freaking say, you know, we need to recognize those exiles who were exiled from Rhodesia. They were freaking just treated wrong, and that's not what happened. That's not how it played out. What happened is their white supremacist freaking government was overran by a freaking another government. And these white supremacists who supported that government fled the country because freaking they freaking didn't support the idea of black people having freedom. Okay? And they went off to these other countries, which were pretty much all English freaking colonial governments that you can find everywhere. And you see this huge expansion in white supremacy going on all through freaking these colonies. And this has grown. You know what I mean? It's become an epidemic. And now all of a sudden everybody in all of these countries are freaking racially motivated. They're and it was because of what happened in the late 1980s and early 1990s, man. These people who were from South Africa literally spread their hate freaking worldwide.
I disagree because a lot of this was pre-1950s. In fact, arguably pre-20th century.
That's what I was talking about, Cecil Rhodes.
You are looking at a totally different...
I just mentioned Cecil Rhodes. It started at Cecil Rhodes in Rhodesia.
He died in 1902.
Right. Exactly. And the things he did, he was not an honorable man at all. He was very freaking vicious and a cruel man. He treated people like crap. Okay.
I mean, if I was in that situation, I'd rather be ruled by Britain than, let's say, Denmark.
Denmark was just as bad.
Yeah, Denmark was even worse.
Denmark and England. I mean, why would it even be a comparison? The atrocities these people did. You know what I mean?
But every empire had its atrocities. The various African nations prior to colonialism had atrocities.
Name one.
As an example, the capturing of inland peoples for the purpose of slavery. That didn't start with Europeans. That started.
Who do you think were buying those slaves, dude?
Not only Britain. Remember, it was Britain who started the abolition of slavery.
You know, I mean, it was a joint effort. It wasn't just these horrible Africans, you know. And that's another thing. It's like with this this new movement.
Slavery to what is now Saudi Arabia.
You know,
the Middle East.
This whole new movement too that's going on in England, I find that kind of messed up. You know, it's like freaking everybody's trying to pretend like this new shit about immigration and these horrible dirty Arabs is all conservative. And it's like, let's just forget about Paul Golding, you know what I mean? Or who was a white freaking supremacist, a white nationalist, or Nick Griffin. Do you remember Nick Griffin?
Concept of nationhood and the.
Do you remember Nick Griffin or Tommy Robinson?
Yeah, Tommy Robinson actually, funny enough, just came out of jail recently because of his documentary they created, which wasn't anything. It was just really related to illegal issue of I can't remember the
Speaking
actual
out
term, but
against the government.
No, they
no,
were. He's straight up a white supremacist. I mean, point blank.
no, he isn't.
Yes, he
No,
is.
isn't.
Yes, he is.
Bullshit.
Yes, he
Bullshit.
is.
Oh, man.
Bullshit. He's during these EDL days, which ended. Remember, the EDL hasn't existed since 2012. During those days, he was mainly concerned about things like the alleged rape gangs.
Yeah, come on, dude. Seriously.
And
Seriously.
immigration.
And you don't and see now.
Don't they call them summer house parties?
And now
To be found, has actually it's been demonstrated that it was correct to be critical of.
No, what it is his propaganda has been pushed and pushed and pushed.
No, I would not take this.
It's not propaganda.
It's white supremacist propaganda, dude.
This woke argument that you're pushing.
He not one time ever did he deny the fact that he was a white nationalist. Not one time had he.
Roger's anti-free speech, actually.
No, not one time. Not one time did Tommy Robinson ever say that he was not a white freaking nationalist. Ever. He actually admitted to it.
But he also didn't admit to being a white.
What's wrong with being a nationalist again?
No, white nationalist.
What's wrong with being white again?
Man.
Well, it sounds like see what it sounds like to me is you guys are trying to push a far right white nationalist freaking ideology, conservative, pretending like it's conservative.
The problem here is, Roger, you've been brainwashed by this.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Right. I disagree. I agree with Mr. Wilbur.
It's actually like supporting your own nationality is a good thing, and being proud of who you are is a good thing too. And there's no problem with being a white nationalist. It doesn't mean you're a white supremacist. Those two things are not equivocal. All right. And he's simply concerned about the like on paper the
those fucking Arabs. There's fucking Arabs. Those fucking Arabs raping women, gang raping. Yeah, that's what they're doing. We need to get their asses out of here. That's where that all started, and it's going on now. It is going on now. It's gotten worse. It's spread to all these other freaking countries.
Authorities covering up so-called.
No, dude.
Actually, just to get us back on topic here, guys, this is exactly what happened in South Africa, right?
That's what's going on.
In order for the government to win the election, they shipped in 3 million black Africans from Somalia and other countries up north, and they brought them into South Africa. They've overrun the place, and basically the infrastructure couldn't cope with it all. Now they have like rolling blackouts, extreme amounts of violence, and all sorts of tensions because they've brought in these external groups that have no like cultural ties to the people in the country. They haven't assimilated, and it's the same kind of thing. And now, like, look, the people that have been there for generations are getting pushed out because they're bringing in other people just for a political agenda, you know. And I don't think
displacing the traditions and cultures of that country.
Yeah.
Which
the problem in the EU or UK right now is the government is
white nationalism.
Well,
that's what it is. It's like, I mean, what traditions are we talking about? Are we talking about
in the UK right now? You go to jail.
Well,
but if you're an immigrant and you go stab someone, you're just free to go.
Well, I mean, in South Africa, what traditions are we talking about? Are we talking about that? Or are we talking about?
1,000 years.
Are we talking about the white fascist socialist freaking tradition? Or
actually,
are we
that's the funny thing. The black people are the communists now. There.
Well, I mean,
so they're fascists.
I get a kick out of that too. Like what are you talking about? They're actually socialists. I mean, they're communists.
Well,
I've heard a couple of people make that comment. And,
I would be very careful of using the term fascist because that's been.
Yeah. So look here on the screen. The ANC alliance.
We actually talk about.
Well, I mentioned Paul Golding. Okay, he's a point blank. He's a part of the neo-fascist political party in England.
So, and on fascism. So you're talking about the technocratic concept of having companies work in lockstep with governments.
So you're telling me British First isn't freaking a British fascist, neo-fascist freaking political party?
What do you mean by fascist?
Are you telling me that British First?
Define what you mean by fascism.
It's a political party that freaking is fascist. It's freaking
What is fascist?
It's
define. Do not make a circular argument.
Didn't we have this conversation last week?
Well, you got to be able to define the word that you're throwing around, Roger.
Using the term fascist.
Well, fascist is basically where you take and you use freaking socialism as a freaking monopoly in order to freaking achieve your goals.
Can that also be described as?
It's where you segregate you segregate the freaking population to only a few people get the benefits and the rest of them become freaking servants.
So we're talking about what? German National Socialism?
Yes, that actually is.
That's not fascism. That's not fascism.
No, actually, that's actually those are just wordplay. That's just wordplay that people who are freaking socialists use in order to freaking make their point across. Okay, they become overbearing and they freaking don't want to listen to nobody else. And what they do is they freaking use words to freaking and they change things according to what they want you to freaking understand. Okay.
Again, that's also communism, isn't it?
Yes, that is. Socialism. I've never freaking made a distinguish any kind of categorization with socialism. I don't give a shit if you're a white supremacist freaking national socialist or if you're a freaking woke freaking socialist living in Germany. You're still a fucking socialist. Okay.
Socialism is not necessarily about.
Yes, it is. All of it. It's all evil.
So you're saying that a socialist concept of having health services at the point of
if it was free, then everybody could go in and they wouldn't have to have paperwork to do it. You'd just be treated, and it didn't matter what the color of your skin or the name you had on or what country you were born in.
Which is true for the NHS, and NHS is also.
You see, that's socialist.
But that's not a bad thing.
How many people are lined up? How many people are lined up waiting?
What it is, it's a bad thing.
Socialism is not fascism. Fascism has got more to do with like top-down, centralized, autocratic control with a dictator in place.
Monopolies.
Well.
First they create socialist programs.
A dictator and a democratic leader, right? And that's the sort of difference. I thought was a fascist was like totalitarian control by a dictator compared to a democratic leader.
No. Now listen, first they create monopolies, and they do that. They do that with socialists. They do it with socialist programs. They bring in your socialist programs, and then they have to create monopolies. So and the best way to explain that is like a prison system. You turn around and you have to have freaking people come in and feed the prisoners, or you have to have them provide the food. In order for you to freaking have a contract with these prisons to freaking give food to the or sell food to the prison, you have to freaking have a certain you have to be able to pass certain regulations and be licensed in certain ways. That creates a monopoly. That means that only these specific groups can freaking cater to the prison system to give them food for their cafeterias. Same thing with freaking the guards, okay?
Okay, in that case,
How is that different from
in
like
that
military
case,
contractors?
how many private in the US does handles
What do you think I'm
prisons?
talking
How
about?
many companies in the US handles state provided meals such as school meals and prison
Think
meals?
about it. Yeah, you think about it. I already know what I'm saying, dude. I already know that. You see, the whole thing, the whole thing is, the whole thing is, the whole thing is freaking you don't want to admit it. You see, that is freaking fascism. That's happening freaking everywhere. You guys are even worse about it. You
You're
guys,
saying a monopoly is fascism, but that's not exactly right. Fascism has got to do with a dictator enforcing control over people for the benefit of the nation over the individual. This is
dude,
literally what it says in the dictionary here.
think about it. How many times does that happen? How many times does that happen where a dictator was actually in charge of a fascist government?
Italy?
That's a good question because,
Mussolini?
again, Mussolini was voted in, so was Hitler voted in.
Okay, Hitler and
yeah.
Mussolini were the only two that I know of that were actually a ruthless freaking dictator in charge of a fascist government.
No, because they were voted in. If you want to use the point of democracy, they were voted in the first place. Therefore, they cannot be dictators.
Yeah, but you can become a dictator after you get voted in.
Now,
So-
and honestly, to be honest about it, freaking, they were really two different forms of freaking government.
Yeah,
Like everybody clumps the.
You misusing the term fascism, because fascism is based upon the modern.
Well, even look at Mussolini and Hitler. They were two separate.
Based upon the Mussolini model.
Right. They were two.
Well, Hitler wasn't a fascist. He was more of a nationalist.
He was a national socialist.
Yeah, it was a.
Yeah.
See.
It was an extreme,
which is good. I reckon that's a good way to go.
I don't know about all that.
In itself isn't a bad idea because it allows for protection of borders, protection of traditions, protection of traditional cultures and
values.
That concept. But like everything should be used in moderation.
Mm-hmm.
Too much of one thing is bad.
Well, I mean,
all right. Well, now that we're in agreement on what fascism is, how about let me just quickly say about South Africa. It does have a rich cultural history. I mean, there's 14 different official languages in South Africa. I think there's something like 20 or something unofficial languages. But a lot of those cultures go back thousands of years. You know, even the colonial peoples that are there have like rich histories that have developed there over like half a century, half of a millennia now, and they have a deep and interesting culture in the country, and I think that's definitely something worth preserving. The problem is now that we have these other influences, I would say, like Russia, China, US, UK, and the Communist Party influencing the politics over there and shipping all these undocumented people into the country.
See right there. I mean, where's the evidence there? You know what I mean? It's like to this day I've never found any evidence supporting that South Africa was communist or this mass migration. And this is a common theme. This is a common theme that happens all through all of these post or pre whatever colonial freaking
Here we go.
countries.
Here's your evidence. The South African Communist Party was founded in 1921 as the Communist Party of South Africa and tactically dissolved itself in 1950 in the face of being declared illegal by the National Party. But it came back, and now it's formed a association with the ANC. So it's unified with the ruling party now, and that's the guy I think that's wearing the red hat and stuff, going kill the farmer and stuff like that. I'll show a video of that in a second.
You gotta be careful about a lot of that too, because
actually, that's probably if it's the video I'm thinking of, then just make it short.
because with the videos that are coming out about those are actually getting people arrested. Just to give you a warning, anybody who's on here who's listening, there are people getting arrested for some of those videos.
What do you mean?
Yeah, literally. I mean, I have checked this out beforehand, and they're giving warnings over the internet to be careful.
In which country?
Worldwide. So
Not here.
Worldwide.
There are people getting arrested, dude, for them freaking videos. I mean, literally, they're getting apprehended.
Well, this is the video that Trump showed.
Yeah, I know. I know. I know. I found out afterwards.
Yeah, so it's okay.
Well, I mean, just because Trump showed it doesn't mean it's okay, dude. That man is completely off his fucking rocker.
Things. I think the Lotus Eaters used the same video within a YouTube post that they created within.
Just be careful and understand.
Last week or so.
Just be careful and understand that some people are getting arrested for that. So. Just be real careful.
Come and get me, motherfuckers.
Well, you're from Australia too, so you know how it is down there with them, the laws and stuff. So
the thing is, Roger, when we don't have the balls to stand up for our own principles is when the fascists take over. So you got to be prepared. Like, our forefathers died to keep our country free, man. We can't just go and roll over to some freaking...
First, you have to determine what the fascists are, because today is so freaking crazy and all warped all to hell, dude. You know what I'm saying? You can't tell what's left and what's right, what's fascist, what's not.
Let's not use the term fascist, communist, or national Nazi. Let's just call them extreme socialists, because that's what they are, extreme socialists. I mean, if you're going to use terms like fascist and all these other terms, then we have to look at the nuance. So let's just use extreme socialists.
Sounds like a
socialist extremist.
Sounds like a good plan. But now. The thing of it is with me, man, is when it comes to all this stuff, is it seems to frickin' be stemming from the same outlets, you know what I'm saying? And that's what it's coming down to. I've never frickin' played any political party, so when I sit and I hear a lot of this shit, that's all I hear. I hear just frickin' white supremacist propaganda. And it's coming from a lot of areas, a lot of sources.
Yeah.
You know.
Do you want to mute it? Yeah. Again, be careful about using the term white supremacist.
Well, I mean, it's like with this video, with this video, okay, it shows them saying a lot of words, but there's no actions, okay.
The actions is the farmers getting killed.
Now the farmers. This is where it comes back to with the farmers. Okay.
You see this red hat the guy's wearing? It's hard to see with this, but
now
these are the communist influences, right? And I just wanted to show this is the actual video. So the reason I'm glad Trump actually played that video in the White House is because this guy, Cyril Ramaphosa, can you see the video? Is it not showing? Oh,
we can see
I'm
this
gonna have to
still.
read. It's tab for tab. So, but anyway,
Okay.
he lied because Trump or someone brought it up to him a while back, and he said, "Oh no, there's no killings in South Africa. Like that doesn't happen. We never said we're gonna take the land. Blah blah blah." And so basically, he was bullshitting us. Because right here, you'll hear him say what he actually said back then.
To our people without any fail and without any payment of compensation. The land of our forefathers and our foremothers has returned to our people without any fail and without any payment of compensation. And
so there you can hear him say, "We're taking the land back and not
Oh,
giving
you're
anything in
hearing
return."
you're hearing freaking we're going to take it from the white people. He's not saying he's going to kill white people and take he's a native of that country which your people invaded. He wants and they want their land back because you've stolen it from them. It's just like that little island you guys talk about.
Roger, it's not like that, man.
You see, you've stolen their land, dude. I mean,
Roger, there was no one there. When,
yes,
like,
there
was
was.
like a few tiny little tribes back then, like in the 1600s, and since then, because we've created civilization,
you destroyed the
population
freaking
has
Zulu
increased by
freaking
millions
tribes.
of people to now go and say that all of that land belongs to them.
Your descendants conquered
like,
and destroyed
come
the
down
Zulu freaking people, dude, and literally stole that land.
Like, no, it's not how it is.
Okay.
Back, like some areas, yeah, there was tribes there, but like the population was minute compared to what it is now. We're talking about like 26 plus million people. Back then, there was like a few thousand here and there. Nomadic
Do you
people.
realize the Zulu tribe was the largest freaking African tribe on the continent at one time, and the British
compared to the amount of people that's there now.
and the British and and the British
At that time, it wasn't a single tribe.
Yes.
It was a group of multiple. There was a patch of multiple tribes at that present time. You're talking about the early 18th century, 19th century.
They were huge, man. They were a huge freaking tribe.
Yeah, it wasn't a single tribe.
It was factions of tribes that made up one freaking government or one freaking state. Okay, and
they didn't make up one government or state. There was no states back then. There was no government.
Have you ever heard of Shaka Zulu? Have you ever heard of Shaka Zulu?
Yes.
Who Shaka Zulu?
Some tribal leader back in the day.
Who freaking fought against freaking the English and was destroyed. Him and his entire freaking armies were destroyed.
Yeah, and same with the Boers.
Okay.
They did the same thing. I mean, it's just you got to realize how old that piece of land is, Roger. It's been there, like people have been there for hundreds of thousands of years. Every tribe that's there now has killed some other tribe to be there. So like, it just depends how far back you want to look, right? Like,
I mean, if you want to take that to its logical,
stealing the land over and over and over again.
If you want to take that to its logical conclusion, then surely Britain should prosecute Italy for the Roman invasion of 1 AD.
Yeah, dude, I hate fucking Rome. I hate fucking Rome. The worst thing that ever happened to this world was freaking Rome and Greece. Okay, fuck Rome.
So are you saying like the American people should give the land back to the Native Americans?
If they want it, I just don't think they would freaking want it anymore.
But you stole that land, Roger.
Right, I know. You know what? I openly admit it. I openly admit it. I know what my country did to its freaking natives. Okay, I don't run around justifying freaking what freaking the white man did here in the United States. I've never done that. Okay, and
you guys are just lucky you're the majority there. The problem is in South Africa they're the minority. All right, so they get like tribal justice at the hand of the gun and the spear and whatever else they can find.
Well,
You guys don't have that problem.
who owns the majority of land there in South Africa when it comes to racism, racial thing? You know, I mean,
Who owns the majority of the land?
yeah, I mean, who
Well,
the
considering
landowners?
like,
The landowners, who are they? I mean, are the majority of them white? Are they freaking black? Are they? I mean, who owns the majority of the land in that region?
Okay. Let's look at this. We were talking about
I would say
Rhodesia
black people
earlier,
own the vast majority of the
what
land
is
in
now
South Africa.
modern day Zimbabwe. Um,
Slow down. You're cracking up there.
The
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabweans decided to do something similar to the white population of that country. And look at what happened afterwards. You had people that had access to farms who didn't know anything about agriculture, that couldn't farm, and you had massive issues with food security in the country.
Well, see, the weird part about this whole thing about race and the farm attacks is the last time that statistics were actually brought to public view when it came to race and status of farm attacks was back in 2001 from the SAPS. That was the last time. So all of the stuff that's being said today, freaking from 2001 to 2005, there's no freaking statistics that are freaking talking about race, and that right.
You're talking about South Africa.
It's talking about
specifically South Africa. Okay.
No, it's talking about South Africa. It's talking about Zimbabwe.
So we're talking about which?
West Cape, East Cape,
various African
Limpopo,
countries.
the Free State, Northern Cape, all of that.
Remember, South Africa is a country; it's not a continent.
But what I'm trying to say is the last time that any kind of racial statistics was freaking brought up concerning this was back in 2001. Okay, all of this other, which that by itself is suspicious. You know what I'm saying?
What is suspicious, sorry?
It's suspicious that the last time any racial statistics brought up about these farm attacks was done back in 2001. Okay? And because
wow, I don't know who's keeping track of anything anymore in that country, to be honest.
Mr. Roger wasn't talking about the country; he was talking about various countries.
No.
Each country will have their own mechanism. They will have their own rules and procedures.
I thought you were talking about South Africa, no?
Okay, so
he did mention places like Zimbabwe, so which is not South Africa.
Okay, this is all of the area. Okay.
All of Africa,
all of South Africa. Have you ever heard of AfriForum? That was.
You're talking about sub-Saharan.
And then South Africa police services. That's what SAPS is.
Do not conflate Africa with South Africa. South Africa is only a country.
South Africa Police Service says South African Police Service. That means they're from South Africa. They're the ones they pulled this information from.
Okay. So you are only talking about.
It was done in 2001. 2001 is when it.
So why did you conflate several countries?
Because they did an analysis to figure out if the people who were involved were from Zimbabwe, or if they were from frickin' out of the country, not involved whatsoever.
Okay.
Who they actually did all of that. So that was what.
Yeah, but you're talking about specifically South African stats. Specifically,
What did you say?
you are talking about South African stats specifically.
Yes, it's the race and status of farm attack victims. It's
in South Africa, not various other countries. Even though there is migration from those countries to South Africa, you are just solely looking at South African.
Because of the racial connotations being given to farm attacks by certain individuals and organizations, the South African Police Services Crime Information Analysis Center started making breakdowns of figures along racial lines from 2001 onward. Okay.
Racial lines. Not national lines, but racial lines. So,
according to racial lines,
you could make argument that that's just based on skin color. That's not necessarily based on nationality.
Race of victims on farm attacks in 2001. There was 196 of them in Mpumalanga. There was 178 black people, no Asians, no colored, and the total was 374. In Gauteng, 279 white people were attacked. 101 were black. There were 23 Asians with a total of 364. In Northwest, there was 145 white people attacked. There was 36 people attacked that were black, and there were 16 that were Asian. That's a total of 100.
Where is this?
This is in South Africa in 2001.
It's South Africa.
Man, that can't be true. I'm telling you that.
Now in Eastern Cape, no, in KwaZulu Natal, there was 81 white people attacked, 70 black people attacked, 22 Asians, and 1 colored. That was a total of 174. Now in Eastern,
that's interesting because think about, like, white people only make up less than 8% of the population. So if they're getting attacked on the same rate as the black people there, then that's a huge problem, isn't it?
that's what I was trying to say at the beginning. This is a very serious issue.
From a per capita for the basis.
Okay.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with race. This is freaking just, that race thing is just a whole bunch of freaking propaganda.
Well, that's kind of contradictory.
I disagree.
If they're getting attacked at a higher rate,
your figures actually demonstrate opposite.
Well, this is in 2001.
Higher rate than the other races, then of course it's going to be a racial thing.
Well, listen, this is in 2001 too. You got to understand, it's 2025, and they haven't had nothing.
It'll be way worse now.
Yeah, they have had nothing from freaking that point to now, and these
I don't want you to know.
These are the last of the statistics. Okay, that was brought out.
Listen to this. This is only like 50 seconds. Listen. This is Julius Malema, one of the politicians there.
Killed the boar. I believe that's actually a chant from. They were singing that a long time ago. That was during the Boer War. See, that's how.
In modern context, Boer would represent.
He's singing a war chant.
In an historical context, Boer would only represent Dutch, wouldn't it?
When he's singing that, that's actually a war chant that they used to freaking sing when they were going to war or going to battle against the Boer.
But it's not some ancient war chant. He's literally saying, "Shoot to kill, kill the Boer, kill the Boer."
Yeah. That's what they used to do. What do you
mean used to do? They're doing it now.
No, you understand that black people fought against the Boer, right?
Yeah, but with fucking spears, man.
That was actually a war chant they used.
Again,
Yeah, but they're saying shoot to kill. Shooting is a modern weapon.
Well,
They didn't
they
have that in
changed it.
tribes back then.
Yeah, they changed it.
Again, in modern, we have to define what a ball is. In modern context, that means white people. In, let's say, 19th century context, that would only represent Dutch.
Well, I mean,
but yeah, as you can see, there's hundreds of thousands of people there, and they're literally advocating for shooting to kill the farmers. And if you did that in America today, what would you be branded?
Look, man, come on, dude. Seriously, like you're feeding into this shit like it's actually freaking real, dude. I mean, seriously, that's just
it is real.
No, whatever, dude. Whatever. You know, it's like
you just saw the president of
I find it a shame. I actually find it a shameful that the president of my country sat in the freaking Oval Office and made a complete ass out of himself in front of freaking the United States and
a good point.
no, I mean no, that shit that makes the third time he's done this. That makes the third time this man has done that. He has completely flipped his fucking mind. And the thing that really amazes me about Donald Trump is the fact that I voted for him just to keep his fucking sorry ass out of fucking prison. Okay. And look at what the fuck he's doing, okay? He has turned into a fucking madman, and I'll tell you right now, we will be lucky if we get out of this fucking alive before he's out of office.
I disagree. I think you've been...
At least you don't have black people.
A president of the United States would have not done that. That is something freaking that the United States should have been ashamed of. That was the most embarrassing freaking thing that an American president could have ever done in front of its...
What is?
Sitting in front of the freaking camera and making fucking stupid fucking comments like that in front of the American people.
What was stupid? Which
that shit you just posted, that fucking white supremacist freaking radical fucking racist fucking video.
About racial prosecution?
No. If you in front a
why is racial prosecution stupid?
That shit's not fucking. That shit's not real, dude. He made that he made that same exact claim back in 2020. Did you know that?
Man, Africa is not like the U.S., Roger.
Did you know Trump made that same?
I've seen it. It's fucking real. It happens, and it's way worse than any of the violence you've ever seen in your country. Man.
Right, it's very violent. Okay, it's very violent, but it's not just for white people getting attacked.
Skinned alive, boiled,
right?
Fucking shot in the head, all sorts of stuff, just because they're a different race.
No, albino black kids are freaking being murdered because they're freaking supposed to have magical abilities, and the freaking voodoo doctors are freaking doing that shit.
That's not.
It's a very, very violent environment that has nothing to do with the fact that you're a white man, dude. Freaking that is just.
They'll eat all sorts of stuff. Yeah, human eyeballs. They'll eat them. All sorts of things like that, but that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, it is. Sure, it is. No, I mean it's that racial.
For Donald Trump to come out and say it on the national stage
that's
and
garbage.
put a little bit of pressure on him is a good thing. Because do you really want to be the nation that's doing business with genocidal maniacs in Israel, genocidal maniacs in Africa,
genocidal Boeing?
A moral stance on it, I think that's a good thing, man.
So.
Roger. It sounds like you are being as apathetic as Lloyd George was with Hitler.
Lloyd George.
Yeah, it sounds like you've been apathetic
as
Lloyd George was with Hitler.
The relationship between
okay, hold on. He got.
You need to educate yourself about Churchill first before you start going that direction. Okay, Churchill instigated World War II 100%. He encouraged it. He was waiting for it. He wanted it.
That's true.
Okay, let's not even let.
Cross that red line. Hitler invaded Poland, which was the red line.
That dude, he
You've done it.
You're freezing, dude.
Because of the invasion of Poland.
Mhm.
Yes or no?
The whole thing about frickin' Churchill though is something that everybody always forgets. They forget the fact that Churchill wanted war. He encouraged it. He would have frickin' sat back and waited for Poland to be invaded and not said another word. The only thing that frickin' was that he was afraid of was the moment that frickin' British troops got trapped behind enemy lines. That when they frickin' did that blitzkrieg, they were pulling back out of France because they knew that France was going to be taken, but they couldn't make it to the frickin' channel on time, and they got frickin' trapped behind enemy lines. That was the only time frickin' Churchill felt any kind of frickin' fear about it whatsoever. That was it.
Do you not want a fearless leader in a wartime?
He encouraged it.
Publicly,
Churchill encouraged
I
it.
want a leader with moral stance like Trump. Trump actually has some kind of morals, and he's like, speaking up to it.
I don't know
He
what
doesn't
that
like it
moral
when-
is.
He doesn't like it when there's people being killed in Ukraine, Gaza, South Africa, and he's taking a moral stance on it. And I think that's what a leader should do, even if the people aren't educated enough to do it.
If he's willing to frickin' take that stance and follow through with it, that's fine. But frickin' if he's wanting to throw frickin' propaganda out there that's bullshit, like this shit that you think is something cool he did in the White House, he did that in 2005. Okay.
Yeah, but do you know why he did it though, right?
He-
It's like the South African president has been lying about it, saying, no, there's no problem, there's no white persecution.
Yeah.
And if Trump didn't bring that video in, he would have done the same thing. He would have lied to Trump. He would have gaslit the American people on the media.
Okay, look.
But because Trump brought that video out, he had no leg to stand on.
There
And that's
are farmers being murdered. That's what's important. Okay, this whole black-white bullshit is fucking bullshit. That's all it is. There are freaking huge amounts of farmers being murdered in South Africa. Huge amounts.
That's the important issue here. Yeah.
Okay.
That's true. I agree.
Now, freaking, the whole argument is the fact that everybody needs to freaking turn it into something racial, when in reality, it's fucking, these murders are really taking place, and it's not just happening to black people or white people, it's happening to all of them, and a lot of them.
Yeah, but I don't see Trump taking in the all the black people in South Africa right now, is it?
No,
Because
he doesn't like
over
black
there,
people.
It is a racial issue.
No,
To us, it might not be a racial issue.
He
but over
doesn't.
there it is.
He doesn't like black people. He's a freaking white supremacist, dude.
Not the
Oh,
case.
please.
Donald
No.
Trump.
Oh.
Donald Trump
That is
is.
not the issue.
Donald Trump is a white supremacist.
No, he's not.
Okay.
No.
He likes his people. Don't get me wrong. He's proud of his people, but he's not. He doesn't think they're better than everyone else. That's not. I don't think that's what goes through his head.
Dude, he's sending freaking Spanish people to freaking concentration camps in El Salvador. He's freaking calling. He
Cash Patel, head of the FBI.
he's literally preaching. He's preaching probably the worst white supremacist freaking propaganda that's being spread around the world
You'll
right
hear
now.
that from the liberal media, maybe.
Right now,
The protection of one's nation is now a white supremacist.
No,
right.
dude, do you realize what we're talking about right now is like the worst freaking white supremacist propaganda that's being pushed right now, right?
There's no such thing as white supremacists anymore, man.
Yes, there is, dude. There's organizations.
To divide people.
There's organizations, dude. Paul Golding, a freaking confirmed freaking white supremacist. He admits it.
Who?
Paul Golding, freaking. He's actually
Never heard of him.
yes.
Who is this?
He's a part of the
Question for you, Roger.
Nick Griffin. You remember Nick Griffin?
Do you believe in the
politician.
control of one's sovereign interests? Do you, or are you, or do you believe in a sort of globalist, Star Trek like
No,
utopian
I
or
think I
dystopian concept?
I think everybody should leave me the fuck alone so that I can live my life. I don't think freaking I should have anybody regulating where I freaking have to freaking live
So
and
you
where I
do
don't
believe in
have.
globalism?
No, I don't. Actually, I think freaking that globalism is a fucking problem. I think freaking small government's important. Stop fucking telling my kids
Agree.
that they need to go to a school fucking whenever freaking it's my job to tell my kids to go to fucking school. You see what I'm saying? You seem to think that it's your responsibility to tell me how far or how tall my fucking grass is supposed to be, when in reality you need to just keep your mouth shut and let me fucking grow the
I
grass
would
as long as
argue
I
that
want.
when it comes to the school issue, is that it is only rightful to have a sort of level playing field when it comes to being able to read, being able the free
It's up to
arts.
the parents, man. There's parents that freaking don't give a damn about their kids' education. The only reason why they send them to school is because freaking the state's forcing them to do it. If they don't force them to do it, they go to jail. They go.
So you want a
I don't see the
subset
problem
of your citizenry to be totally uneducated?
If that's the way they want it, they have
there. If they
every
want to be dumb, let them be dumb. Fuck it.
fucking whose right is it to tell freaking me that I have to force my kids to go to freaking school if freaking I don't want them to go to school?
I think that's fine.
If I want to go to, if I want my kids to have an education and be smart and do freaking something with their futures, then yeah, I will be the one to kick their asses and tell them get the fuck up and go to school.
I do take issue with parents like actively abusing their children, and like, there needs to be a line there somewhere. But
Well, that should be
on
dealt
for
with
the
by
most
the
part,
law. See,
I mean, I'm not talking about school as in state schools or
period.
Uh,
Period.
state schools. I won't use the term public
Period.
schools because that's got two different meanings in the
It
oh,
should
that's got
be. It
different
should
meaning
be
in Europe
my
and the
call.
US.
It should be
But
my call.
I'm saying that
He froze up again.
that is a good thing in itself. But again, I argue that for a citizen of the modern day, they need to have some sort of level of education to be able to read, write, understand the cultural norms.
no, I would just say just to operate and survive in
Yeah,
today's
to
society.
operate, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
but what would happen is people who don't want to participate will end up just being on the lower rungs of society
there's
and
nothing wrong with it. There's
be
nothing.
bottom feeders.
Hey,
That's all right.
there's
Like in India, they have a caste system that basically dictates that, and like some people just have to be street people, and others have to be
Well,
rich. Like
listen to what's coming out of your.
the way it is.
Listen to what's coming out of your mouth, though. All of a sudden, you're using terms like bottom feeders and shit. You know what I mean? And that's my whole point of it. It's like freaking,
It's lame.
No, hold up. What's wrong with being a ditch digger? It's actually an honorable job. I guarantee you. I guarantee you that freaking if you went out and tried to dig a ditch, it would hurt your fingers and you would freaking go back in because
But even ditch diggers need to know how much money they're spending down in the grocery store. Still need to be able to understand at least fundamentally their employment contracts.
Oh no.
Ditch diggers make way more money than I do.
Now
I'm even below that.
now we move into the freaking employment contract, okay? What the fuck is up with this shit? Why the hell does the government why the hell does the government have any right telling me who I can and cannot hire, or if I can be hired or not hired because I have a
I was talking more on an individual basis. I mean, if you are going to be employed by a company, you want to know what's your rights, what's your responsibilities, what's your job tasks.
And you think that
Are
you
you
actually learn?
qualified?
You
Are
think
you a
you?
legal citizen?
So you're telling me that you learn this stuff in school? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I'm saying.
No, I mean, is that what you're saying?
To be able to,
I
Are,
didn't learn that stuff in school.
yeah, I don't remember economics being a part of the fucking the curriculum.
yes,
But
but
it does make
actually,
sense.
funny enough, in UK up to was I was in school, economics was a
His head keeps freezing up. Shit.
but but you were taught to be able to read. You were taught to be able to write. You were taught certain principles to be able to understand what other
First
people
world
are
country
writing
with third
or
world
what
internet.
people are perceiving to
All,
be.
all, all I'm trying to say is it should be the parents' responsibility. It should be their right to freaking choose. Okay? It shouldn't be the government enforcing laws that say you either make your kids go to school or you freaking go to jail or you get
I
fined.
agree with that. I agree with that.
If it should be the parents'
Again,
responsibility.
I'm not so sure on this concept because, again, I think it's in modern day
Well, look,
Western society, you
It just
need a
results in
level of
overreach, Mark.
understanding.
Like
You need to be able to read,
it's
write,
none of the government's
even
business. You know? It's the same with like childcare and stuff.
need
What's happened now is the
understanding.
government comes in and takes people's children when they deem it like, oh, the parents aren't worthy or whatever of having the kids. It's happening too much nowadays.
it's
And
freaking
then what
name.
happens is the government takes them
I
into
didn't
these
want
black
to.
holes where no one can like supervise or the parents aren't even allowed to supervise, and they inject the babies with vaccines and all sorts of crap that you don't even know about. So
Again, you're talking very broadly here,
well, that's what I'm saying. Is
and I
the
think we
end
need to
result is
focus more on.
if you give the government more and more power over your personal life, they will just keep taking that power as much as they can get. You know, because government thrives off power, and it's up to the people to impose restrictions on government power. So
But like I said earlier, when we were talking about these,
Still there? Looks like you
I
froze
think
up.
place everything in moderation.
Well,
yeah.
I just don't agree with that shit. You've known
But there's
me.
a middle ground.
You've both known me for 2.5 years, and you know freaking my feel on socialism. I'm freaking. You guys hate it when I talk about it, so you know.
So let's say Roger is like completely for freedom, and let's say Mark is completely for regulation. I would be in the middle, and I'd say there needs to be a line drawn between the two, and we should aim for as much personal freedom as possible without overstepping like ethical boundaries of like exploitation and like demoralization, whatever. And we should also like impose limits on government power so that they don't impose too much restrictions on us. So, yeah, it's nuanced.
As I keep on saying, I consider myself as a classical liberal who believes in less and fair, believe in free markets, but also believe in modern
conservatism. He'll say conservative.
Protection, so protecting
Oh.
society and protecting the individual.
Mark, do you ever think you could cross that line over into libertarianism?
That's classical liberalism. That's the same thing.
I'm sorry, classical.
Yeah, that's the same. When he says classic liberalism, it's it's libertarian. It's actually
okay. Yeah,
it's
yeah,
the same
I'm
thing.
using the argument, yeah.
Now, if you use libertarian here in the United States, that's not really the that's not classical liberal.
Yeah, over the last 10, 15 years, you've mixed up these terms, and liberal means
well, no, I mean,
progressivism.
Libertarians aren't really like libertarians according to what you guys are. Like libertarians are freaking like national socialists who pretend to be freaking like some kind of like deranged.
Jill Stein? Jill Stein
No,
is
the Tea
The John Locke argument.
the Tea Party, basically. Have you guys
Okay.
ever heard of the Tea Party?
Yeah, the what's her face glasses.
Is that where they dunk the tea in the ocean or something?
No, that's where it originally
No,
came
that
from.
was,
The Tea Party group
yeah,
is
can't
the
think of
ones
the name.
that frickin' marched on Washington, and they wanted they declare that they're libertarians, and you hear them say it all the time, but they're not really. They're really like they're like the opposite, but the same as like the frickin' woke frickin' shit. They're just like really they're like you have woke, and then you have frickin' these Tea Partyists. You know what I'm saying? So they're fighting on against one another.
So they're conservatives, right?
I would call them more frickin' radicals.
Sarah Palin, that's the name I was thinking
Yeah,
of.
I would
Is
call
that
them
like Ron Paul and them? Ron Paul?
radical socialist kind of.
Yeah.
That's what I would actually call them. They pretend like they're conservative or libertarian or classical liberal, but they're really not, because they're
They say the movement expanded in response to the policies of the Democratic President Barack Obama.
Yeah.
So they're like, okay.
Well, they didn't like the idea of a black president being voted in. That's really what stirred them up the most.
You think?
Yeah.
Well, I thought there was much more fundamental issues.
I thought it was more policy based than anything.
No, there's nothing real. Like a lot of this garbage politics that is going on in the United States is really the result of these idiots. Like they came along and
It came out of the Boston Tea Party, supposedly.
well,
Like,
the Boston Tea Party was
Yeah.
cool. That's where we sent frickin' England packing, told them we didn't want no more of their shit. That happened back during the Revolution. We said, fucking England, you guys suck. We ain't fucking putting up with your shit no more. So we went up and we dumped all their tea over the frickin' side of the ship. This guy.
Question for you, Roger. Do you like drinking a cup tea occasionally?
American tea. We do the sweet tea. See, we have sweet tea, and we Southern sweet tea.
I like Indian tea.
Oh yeah. You don't do black tea so much, don't you?
Nah, black tea's good. But I also like green tea.
Yeah.
Japanese and Indian is my favorite.
No.
Okay, so
I might have to bail, guys. I gotta get to this farmer's market.
I was getting ready to say that too, because like freaking you guys got a little too rowdy and shit. Freaking started talking. I told you this was gonna take a while. That's why I wanted to do a break. That's why I wanted to take a break beforehand, because this was gonna be a pretty intense conversation.
Contentious issues.
Yeah.
But I think we made a little bit of progress. We didn't settle on conclusions at this point, but I think we all said our piece for the most part.
Well, for me, I just want to say, freaking take this shit more serious. It's not a black and white issue. There's people dying in freaking South Africa, and it's been going on for a long fucking time. Okay.
Oh yeah, always.
That's all I'm trying to say. And
but again, we've got to look at the nuances. Yeah.
All right. So my conclusion with that is, I really like the policies of the Mandela times, and that actually created a lot of stability in the country. It allowed the white people to still do their business and stuff like that there, which actually created a lot of prosperity for South Africa. It turned it into the best country in Africa, in my opinion. And that's why so many people moved there, is because it was such a great civilized country in Africa. And I think if we now go and suddenly destroy that, it's going to create a lot of suffering there for a lot of people. It's not going to be able to produce enough food for everyone. And I really think the different cultures in South Africa need to think about peace and unity more than like racial division and letting these foreign influences like break them apart. They're stronger together than they are apart. That's all I'm saying.
And with that,
yeah, I've got a slight different argument on the Mandela thing, but in principle, I agree with you.
I agree with that too. Now, with that being said, let you two tell everybody where they can find you.
Check me out on Rumble under Hacker Radio if you want to come check out the music. Otherwise, I also have a channel called Deep Dive Research, and I'll go into like heavy research, long form topics on there. So,
that's on Rumble.
That's on Rumble, yeah.
Right on. What about you, Mr. Edworthy?
Myself, generally speaking, I'm mainly on Minds, so minds.com/Midworthy.
Right. And with us, you can find us on Rumble, X, DLive, Twitch, Kick, and sometimes on YouTube. You're not going to catch Untethered on YouTube because we got wild people on here that just YouTube can't handle.
So edited, modified, edited episodes.
You can also find. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say, if you guys wanted to come chat with us,
that's
in
right.
the after party, I'll drop a link to our chat room in the comments. To Element is where we hang out.
Right on. And that's what I was getting ready to say. You can check us all out on Element. That's where me, Mark Edworthy, and Mr. Robot hang out. So it's a really cool place.
And the Element is technically on the client software Matrix. There's multiple client applications for Matrix, but yeah.
Right. And also we have a pretty good community of people in there, so it's cool to just stop in there and have a conversation with us if you want to. With that, I would like to say thank you for watching. If you liked what you saw, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give us some feedback because we freaking need it, dude. As you can tell, we're all misinformed and we need guidance. So
it's just interesting to hear different people's perspectives anyway on what we discussed.
Thanks, guys. All the best. Much love.
Talk to you guys later.
Morgellons is a controversial and poorly understood condition that has sparked debate among patients, doctors, and researchers for many years. People who report having Morgellons describe a range of troubling symptoms, most commonly skin lesions, sensations of crawling or stinging on or under the skin, and the appearance of unusual fibers or particles emerging from sores. Some individuals also report fatigue, memory loss, mood disturbances, and joint pain, making the condition seem both dermatological and systemic. However, despite the consistency in patient reports, Morgellons remains officially unrecognized as a distinct disease by many mainstream medical organizations. The term, Morgellons, was revived in the early 21st century by a mother whose young son was suffering from skin lesions. She used the word after discovering a 17th century medical account describing similar symptoms in French children. The modern wave of reports, however, did not gain significant attention until patients began connecting online and describing their shared experiences. This network of testimonies helped Morgellons grow from isolated complaints into a larger, collective phenomenon. Medical investigations into Morgellons have been mixed. One of the largest studies conducted in the United States was carried out by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in collaboration with Kaiser Permanente. Published in the early 2010s, the study examined a group of patients in California who reported symptoms consistent with Morgellons. Researchers concluded that the fibers found in the lesions were mostly cotton or other commonly encountered substances, and they did not find evidence of a new or infectious disease. Many of the patients studied also showed signs of psychological stress, delusional thinking, or mental illness, which led to the conclusion that morgellons might be a manifestation of delusional parasitosis, a known psychiatric condition where individuals falsely believe they are infested with parasites. However, this conclusion has not satisfied many patients, advocates, or independent researchers. Critics argue that the study was limited in scope, failed to address many of the more complex or systemic symptoms reported, and did not adequately investigate the biochemical composition of the fibers. Some clinicians have found evidence that the fibers are not simply textile contaminants but may contain biological materials such as keratin or collagen. Other studies have pointed to the presence of spirochetes, spiral-shaped bacteria similar to those that cause Lyme disease, in skin samples of morgellons patients. This has led a small group of researchers to propose that morgellons could be a dermatological manifestation of a chronic bacterial infection. A particularly contentious aspect of the morgellons debate is its overlap with chronic Lyme disease. Some practitioners who treat Lyme disease believe that morgellons is a co-infection or a secondary effect caused by persistent bacteria in the body. According to this theory, the fibers seen in morgellons are produced by the body itself in response to infection or inflammation. Others speculate that an immune system imbalance or environmental exposure could trigger the symptoms. While this view has not been widely accepted by mainstream medicine, it continues to drive research and treatment approaches in some alternative and integrative health communities. There is also a sociological dimension to the morgellons phenomenon. The internet played a critical role in shaping how people understand and identify their symptoms. Online forums and support groups have provided validation and solidarity for sufferers, but they have also contributed to the rapid spread of self-diagnosis. This dynamic has made it difficult for physicians to distinguish between psychogenic illness, where symptoms arise from psychological origins, and a potential new disease that is simply not yet well understood. In some cases, patients have brought extensive documentation to their doctors, including photographs, videos, and even physical samples of the fibers. When their concerns are dismissed, frustration and distrust can grow, leading patients to seek care outside conventional systems. Another layer of controversy surrounds the suggestion that morgellons may be linked to exposure to unknown environmental agents, nanomaterials, or bioengineered substances. These ideas often fall into the realm of speculation and are frequently dismissed by scientists as unproven or conspiratorial. Nevertheless, the intensity of belief among some patients has led to persistent questions about whether environmental toxins, industrial pollution, or even deliberate human intervention could play a role. These theories have not been confirmed, but they illustrate the deep anxiety and uncertainty that many sufferers experience when searching for answers. The challenge of morgellons lies in its intersection of multiple disciplines. It touches dermatology, psychiatry, infectious disease, immunology, and even neurology. The lack of a definitive biomarker or test makes diagnosis difficult, and the absence of consensus on its cause or treatment creates frustration for both patients and healthcare providers. Some physicians treat the condition symptomatically, focusing on skin care, antibiotics, antidepressants, or antipsychotic medications depending on the individual case. Others reject the diagnosis entirely, viewing it as an internet-driven delusion. Meanwhile, a smaller number of doctors have developed protocols based on the idea of chronic infection, using long-term antibiotics and herbal supplements, though this approach remains controversial and is often criticized for lacking scientific validation. From the patient's perspective, morgellons can be an isolating and traumatic experience. Many report being dismissed, misdiagnosed, or treated with skepticism by the medical system. Others face ridicule from friends, family, or online commentators who do not believe their condition is real. This social stigma compounds the physical and psychological burden of the illness. For those who believe they are afflicted, the suffering is undeniably real, even if the underlying mechanism is still in question. Another critical consideration is emotional and social awareness. For such intelligence to operate in human environments, it must be able to detect and respond to emotional cues. This includes understanding when a person is stressed, confused, or frustrated and then adjusting its behavior to match the emotional context. Systems capable of effective computing and behavioral modeling can analyze voice tone, facial expressions, and body language to infer emotional states. For example, a system acting as a personal assistant might choose to delay non-urgent matters if it detects that its user is overwhelmed or under pressure. This kind of sensitivity is essential if the system is to be trusted and integrated into daily life. Despite its potential benefits, this intelligence also brings with it a number of risks and consequences. One of the most pressing concerns is alignment, ensuring that the goals and behaviors of the system match human values and priorities. If the system becomes too independent, there is the danger that it might pursue objectives that do not align with human well-being. Even well-intentioned actions could lead to unintended harm if not properly guided by ethical boundaries. The possibility of losing control over such a system is not purely theoretical and is frequently discussed in research and policy circles. Another consequence involves the future of work. This intelligence has the ability to automate a wide range of jobs, not only in manufacturing or transportation but in areas that require decision-making, analysis, and creativity. Roles in education, healthcare, law, design, and even scientific discovery may be affected. While this could lead to increases in productivity and innovation, it could also result in significant economic disruptions, changes in labor markets, and increased social inequality if not carefully managed. Moreover, the independence of such systems means they can set and pursue their own goals. While this might lead to incredible breakthroughs, it also requires strict oversight. Systems that generate their own objectives might not always value safety, privacy, or fairness unless these priorities are built deeply into their framework. This creates the need for strong ethical guidelines, continuous monitoring, and systems of accountability that can respond to unforeseen outcomes. Artificial general intelligence represents a significant step forward in technological development. Its ability to learn, adapt, and act independently holds tremendous promise in research, education, healthcare, and many other fields. However, this same potential creates serious challenges in terms of understanding, control, and social impact. As the field progresses, the focus must remain not only on what such systems can do, but on how they should act in relation to the humans they serve. The key to success lies not only in engineering power, but in ensuring that power remains aligned with human dignity, safety, and the complex values that define our shared world. Automated speech recognition is the process by which spoken language is converted into written text through the use of digital systems. This technology allows machines to interpret human speech by analyzing and processing sound waves, ultimately transforming audio information into a readable format. The process begins with the capture of sound, which in its original form consists of continuous, naturally occurring vibrations in the air known as analog waves. These analog sound waves are the result of varying pressure caused by a sound source, such as a human voice, and are perceived by the human ear as speech. To be usable by a computer, these analog waves must be translated into a digital format. This is done by capturing the sound through a device that converts the fluctuations in air pressure into an electrical signal. The electrical version still mirrors the original wave's shape and flow but must go through another conversion step to become digital data. This process is carried out using converters that sample the wave at regular intervals, measuring the strength of the signal at each point in time. The outcome is a stream of numbers that represent the original sound, now in a form that machines can process. Once the speech has been digitized, the next step involves feature extraction. This process reduces the raw, complex waveform into a more manageable and meaningful set of values. These features are essential for identifying the content of the speech, and the process also helps filter out unnecessary noise or variability. In its raw state, a digitized audio signal fluctuates unpredictably and contains little immediately useful structure. Feature extraction methods transform the signal from a time-based representation into a frequency-based one, allowing the system to recognize pitch, tone, rhythm, and articulation with far greater clarity. A particularly common method for feature extraction in speech recognition is the use of mel-frequency cepstral coefficients. This technique attempts to replicate how the human ear responds to different sounds. It focuses on frequency ranges that humans naturally hear more clearly. To apply this method, the audio is divided into overlapping time slices, each lasting a few dozen milliseconds. Each slice undergoes a mathematical transformation that reveals the audio's frequency content. Filters tuned to the human hearing scale are then applied, emphasizing the most relevant parts of the sound. The resulting values are further simplified through a transformation that reduces them to a small set of coefficients. These coefficients capture the general shape of the sound spectrum and serve as a compact summary of its characteristics. After the features have been extracted, the system proceeds to segmentation. This step breaks the continuous stream of sound into smaller, linguistically meaningful pieces such as phonemes, syllables, or full words. Once segmented, the information is compared to known language patterns using advanced recognition methods. These include systems trained on vast collections of spoken language examples.
So okay, I think were we here? Did we do this? Yeah, we did this.
Oh, actually, I don't think you did that one.
No, I think I did. We're talking about Ahab here. Talking about Ahab.
Yeah,
And how his sins were similar to the end.
Yep, that was it.
Alright, and now we go to the destruction of Ammon. In the book of Joshua, chapter 10, it mentions narrates pretty details how the five kings of the Amorites were slaughtered. I think they were, now the Adonizedek, king of Jerusalem, heard that Joshua had captured Ai and put it under the ban, and had done to that city and its king as he had done to Jericho and its king. And that inhabitants of Gibeon had made their peace with Israel, and remaining among them. There was great fear abroad, because Gibeon was a great city, like one of the royal cities, greater even than Ai, and all its men were warriors. So Adonizedek, king of Jerusalem, sent to Hoham, king of Hebron, Hiram, king of Jarmuth, Japhia, king of Lachish, and Debir, king of Eglon, with this message: "Come, help me attack Gibeon, for it has made peace with Joshua and the Israelites." The five Amorite kings of Jerusalem, Hebron, Jarmuth, Lachish, and Eglon gathered all their forces and marched against Gibeon to make war on it. Okay, so the Amorite kings were on the attack. They're attacking the Israelites. Thereupon, the Gibeonites sent an appeal to Joshua to his camp at Gilgal. Do not abandon your servant. Come up here quickly and save us. Help us because all the Amorite kings of the mountain countries have joined together against us.
Okay. Now Gilgal, do you know anything about that? Because that sticks out to me.
No, I didn't research much into that. What? Tell me.
I can't, like the name. I know I've heard it before, so I was hoping maybe you knew it. Because
Well, this is probably where the 5 Amorite kings got destroyed.
Yeah, it could have been Gilgal.
Yeah.
That's a big part in the Old Testament too. It's where they cut their thumbs off.
Yeah. So continuing, Joshua 10.
Okay.
So Joshua marched up to Gilgal and his army and all his warriors. The Lord said to Joshua, "Do not fear them, for I have delivered them unto your power. Not one of them will be able to withstand." So, these 5 Amorites, the Amorite kingdoms were powerful, right? And we have here 5 Amorite kings banding together to go against the Israelites, right? Because this is like in the David and Goliath story all over. And so they should have smoked the Israelites right then. But so this is why the God tried to comfort Joshua and his people. So after an all-night march from Gilgal, Joshua made a surprise attack upon them, and the Lord threw them into disorder before Israel. The Israelites inflicted a great slaughter on them at Gibeon and pursued them down the Hebron, the Beth Horon slope, attacking them as far as Azekah and Makkedah. While they fled before Israel along the descent of Beth Horon, the Lord hurled great stones from the heaven. So it was this storm from heaven above them all the way to Azekah, killing men. More died from these hailstones than Israelites killed with the sword. It was then, when the Lord delivered up the Amorites to the Israelites, that Joshua prayed to the Lord and said, in the presence of Israel, so Joshua said, "Sun, stand still at Gibeon, moon in the valley of Aijalon. The sun stood still, moon stayed, while the nation took vengeance on its." Continuing. The 5 kings who had fled hid in the cave of Makkedah. When Joshua was told, 5 king has been found hiding in the cave of Makkedah, he said, "Roll large stones to the mouth of the cave, post guard over, but do not remain there yourselves. Pursue your enemies and harry them in the rear. Do not allow them to reach their city, for the Lord your God has delivered them into your power." Once Joshua and the Israelites finally inflicted the last blows in this very great slaughter, the survivors had escaped from them into the fortified city. All the armies returned to Joshua in the camp at Makkedah in victory. No one uttered a sound against us. Then Joshua said, "Open the mouth of the cave. Bring me those 5 kings from the cave." And they did so, brought out to him from the cave the 5 kings of Jerusalem, Hebron, Jarmuth, Lachish, and Eglon. When they brought the 5 kings out to Joshua, he summoned all the armies of Israel and said to the commanders of the soldiers who had marched with him, "Come forward and put your feet on the necks of these kings." And they came forward and put their feet upon their necks. And Joshua said to them, "Do not be afraid or dismayed. Be firm and steadfast. This is what the Lord will do to all enemies against whom you fight." Thereupon Joshua struck and killed the king and hanged them on 5 trees, where they remained hanging until evening.
Yeah, it's interesting. They said 5 trees there. I've heard also mentioned like 5 thumbs. You know.
They hang the thumbs?
It was they got their 5 thumbs cut off and they were sent back. It wasn't this one because these guys were killed, but there was another confrontation where instead of killing them, they cut their thumbs off and sent them back to their lands. So
were they also the Amorites?
No, I don't think they were.
Maybe something else.
But
okay,
that's what I was thinking whenever you were saying that. It was, or before you got to this part, that's what I was thinking this was, but it's not.
Okay, well, I think that is all I read, at least to the end of the Amorite. I think after this time, after this, there were no signs of the Amorite in history after that, but
so with what's his face, Hammurabi, with his thing. What's your take on that with the Assyrians? Because like he made the claim that he was the one that finally defeated the Amorites and desecrated their kingdom and everything. And
Hammurabi?
Yeah.
I've read vaguely on Hammurabi. I thought that was the code.
Yeah, it was in the code. He was the code of Hammurabi. He mentions defeating the Amorites and sent. He ended up having them march to their death, according to what he says. So,
hey, can we go through? You have the source of that?
Oh God, it's in the tablets. Just the code of, just write the code of Hammurabi, or the Amorites code of Hammurabi. The Amorite ruler Hammurabi, crowned king of Babylon. Well, yeah.
But he was an Amorite, though.
Yeah.
How did he destroy his own people?
That's interesting. The Assyrians, I know, was the ones who defeated him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was both
so
avid
he's a
warrior and shrewd administrator who honored the tradition of
Sumer,
Akkad, and other.
So, but this is from National Geographic. I'm not sure I read that, but it did say he's a Babylonian king.
I hate when they do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I wouldn't say it was Assurbanipal who did it. Maybe, I don't know for sure who it was, but they're the ones that I know. The Amorites were the ones who founded Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
And they also
So I thought, yeah, I thought that Hammurabi was an Amorite, and that was part of the greatness of their civilizations, where they have this code.
Well, his code was one of the first actual laws that were set down.
Yeah.
Is the legal
Founding
text.
legal text. Yeah.
How did he die though? That would be the interesting part. Like his the ending of his life.
Hammurabi? Okay.
Oh.
See.
Early scholarship prologue.
All.
These are all the laws he had.
Theories.
They're focusing more on the laws and everything that he had in there.
The judgment of Hammurabi. Yeah.
It was both a personal and communal virtue that reinforced the structure of Roman religion, family life, and government. In its fullest expression, it represented the ideal Roman citizen, loyal to the gods, the family, and the state, with each loyalty reinforcing the others. Claudia Quinta is a legendary figure from early Roman history who became emblematic of Roman virtue, particularly the idea of pudicitia, Pudicitia, or chastity. Her story. No, wait, hold up. Let me go ahead and redo that. I really shouldn't say that word again, but I'll try. Roman history. Okay, Claudia Quinta is a legendary figure from early Roman history who became emblematic of Roman virtue, particularly the idea of pudicitia, or chastity. Her story is closely associated with the arrival of the cult of Magna Marta, which is Cybele, in Rome during the Second Punic War around 204 BCE. According to tradition, when the Romans decided to import the goddess from Phrygia, modern-day Turkey, to Rome, in a response to ominous prophecies during the war with Hannibal, her sacred image, a black stone believed to embody the goddess, was transported by sea. As the ship carried the Magna Marta reached the mouth of the Tiber River it became stuck and could not be pulled upstream. The priest interpreted this as a divine sign that only a woman of perfect chastity could successfully bring the goddess into the city. Claudia Quinta, a Roman matron of noble birth who had been the subject of rumors and slander concerning her virtue, stepped forward to provide her innocence and devotion. She prayed to the goddess for vindication, asserting her chastity before the people and the gods. Then, according to the story, she miraculously hauled the massive ship free with her own hands, thereby clearing her name and winning the divine approval. Following this event, Claudia Quinta was celebrated as an ideal Roman woman, devoted, modest, and pious. Her image became a symbol of Roman morality and divine favor. Statues and reliefs depicted her in Roman dress, sometimes pulling the ship's ropes, and she was honored in rituals connected to the Magna Marta cult, particularly during the festival of the Magalicia. Her story served both religious and political purposes. In religious terms, she embodied the ideal intermediary between Roman society and a foreign deity, proving that Roman virtue was strong enough to integrate and purify external religious influences. Politically, she reinforced the message that Roman women played vital roles in securing the favor of the gods and safeguarding the city's future. Claudia Quinta's legacy lived on in Roman art and literature as an enduring model of female virtue and divine favor. Later emperors and noble families sometimes used her image or referenced her story to associate themselves with purity, moral strength, and the protective power of Rome's gods. The title Mater Deum, meaning Mother of the Gods, refers primarily to the goddess Cybele in her Roman form, who was adopted into Roman religion from her origins in Phrygia in modern-day Turkey. In Greek religion, she was known as Meter Theon, Meterthheon, or Magna Meter Theon, which is Magnametertheon. And the Romans translated this into Latin, which was Magna Mater Deum Idea. Which is Magnamaterdeumidea, which means Great Mother of the Gods of Ida. The epithet emphasizes her role as a primary cosmic force, a mother figure not only to the gods themselves but also to the natural and spiritual realms over which they preside. As the Mater Diem, Cybele represented the fertile power of the earth, the generative force behind all life. Her worship involved themes of death and rebirth, seasonal cycles, and ecstatic devotion. She was considered both nurturing and fearsome, a protector of cities and people, but also a wild, untamed force capable of inspiring madness or divine frenzy. This duality was reflected in her mythology and rituals. She was said to dwell in the mountains surrounded by lions and accompanied by her consort Attis, whose tragic self-castration and rebirth were key elements of her mythological cycle. The Roman state officially adopted the worship of the martyrdom during a time of crisis, the Second Punic War, after consulting the Sibylline books, or Sibylline books, which recommended bringing her from Pessinus in Phrygia to aid the Roman cause. Her arrival marked a moment of cultural expansion in Roman religion, incorporating Eastern deities into the Roman pantheon while framing them within Roman values. The goddess was housed in a temple on the Palatine Hill and honored during the annual festival of Megalesia in April, which included processions, games, and ritual performances. While her state cult was relatively restrained, the more ecstatic and mystical aspects of her worship were conducted by her eunuch priests, the Galli, which is spelled Galli, for anybody who is interested. It included frenzied dancing, music, self-flagellation, and, in some cases, self-castration, mirroring Attis's sacrifice. These practices were considered foreign and even disturbing to many Roman elites, yet they were tolerated and even honored within defined ceremonial spaces, highlighting the complex relationship Rome had with foreign cults and the boundaries of acceptable religious expression. The title, martyrdom, thus carried profound religious, symbolic, and political significance. It linked Cybele to the broader pantheon, not only as a mother figure, but also as a stabilizing cosmic force whose presence was meant to protect Rome and ensure its prosperity. Through her, the Romans sought to express their control over nature, their openness to outside traditions, and their alignment with divine power during times of both crisis and triumph. The Galli were the eunuchs, or the eunuch priests of the goddess Cybele, also known as the Magna Marta, or martyrdom, whose cult was brought into Rome from Phrygia during the 3rd century BCE. Now, these priests occupied a unique and often controversial place in Roman religious life due to their extreme practices and their deviation from Roman norms concerning gender and priesthood. The Galli originated in the Phrygian tradition tied to the myth of Cybele and her consort Attis. In this myth, Attis a mortal of exceptional beauty was driven to madness and castrated himself beneath a pine tree. He died as a result, and Cybele either resurrected him or caused him to be eternally remembered. This myth served as the spiritual foundation for the Gali, who demonstrated their devotion by ritually castrating themselves, typically during a spring ceremony known as the Day of Blood. This act was part of a broader festival that commemorated Attis's death and rebirth. The terms of appearance and behavior. No, in terms of appearance and behavior, the Gali dressed in brightly colored, non-Roman garments, wore their hair long, and often adopted feminine styles of speech and conduct. They carried ritual instruments such as drums, cymbals, and performed ecstatic dances, particularly during public religious festivals. Their ceremonies included music frenzied motion, and acts of self-mortification. They didn't say nuclear capabilities when I read that. They were just talking about underground missile bases, you know, and like getting Israel to make a comment about that is kind of being kind of like a hypocrite, you know, because I've told you guys about my research with Operation Samson, you know. Israel imprisoned Vanunu because he came out and admitted that Israel had nuclear bombs underground in bunkers, and it's a dead man trigger. Instead of it launching to other countries to destroy that country, it's like a self-destruct mechanism.
And why would you want to self-destruct unless you're hiding something?
You know, I mean, why would you want to kill your own people?
Well, we don't care about the people. I think we got to get that out of our head. There are people that are in control and in command. They're not people oriented. The people they're disposable. You understand? They're just props to them. You know what I mean? They're kind of just tools, weapons to get across and get done what they would like, unless they form an alliance. And if they're able to fall within their allegiance and say, okay, I'll commit to this, or I can offer this, and I have this to say, or I'm able. You have to bring some type of benefit in order for you to even be considered as like salvageable or worth being. And that sounds bad, but you know, it now we're creating that narrative within our own selves, and so it's easy for them to operate on such. And I hate to break it to you or anyone else. It's like we have that here. And that's why certain elite know what to do to prevent bombs from terrorizing or dismantling their areas, because we have that too. We think the death ray is going to come from above, but it's not. We have, like I was saying about having the flaggers that put the pipes and stuff underneath the ground. There's a lot of things And it's so funny because anytime I see a hole in the ground, I always look. But there's always gonna be. I always look. You can't pay me to not look. And walking does that to you, I guess.
Yeah.
But I see a lot more holes, and so it makes me more averse into the situation. But you have no idea as to where, what, why, or when. Well, I don't like to say you don't because we do, but in regards to how do you pick these people out? Like, are you just going to destroy? Yeah, like it's kind of going to be to this whole. You're going to be in a state of panic. We're going to kind of push you to certain locations, push you to certain areas. I think it's crazy because, like, if you look at the way the world is set up, it's kind of set up to have to how this corporation is set up. It's kind of set up to have one area that can break off and kind of sustain while everything else is kind of connected together. In Canada, they would like to. I see America attempting to kind of have people migrate to Canada more so, but secretly, less outwardly. But they're migrating to Canada because they'll be able to be saved this way. Canada has areas too that won't be any better, like because it's not even about being an American ally. It's about being a power that be ally, being constructed with no. And so it's about whether or not you're like I said, in compliance. Like, you have to be understand, and being in compliance does not mean being completely under control. Believe it or not, we'd rather people be able to think for themselves and challenge the narrative as opposed to kind of just following. We don't need a bunch of sheep. What are you going to do with a bunch of sheep? We want to eat a burger. If we can't eat sheep burger, we want burgers. You know what I mean? We want other stuff. We don't want you to be like this because that's how we're going to herd you. You're going to be herded and then you'll be slaughtered. Like you call it the calling. Like, so if your mentality is the same, and this is our sacrifice, this is our blood sacrifices, in order for us to be able to, and we're offering it in order to start fresh, in order to start new. As we see it, or that's how it's necessary. This is what we have to offer, quote unquote, the gods, in order for us to be able to sustain our existence. We can manipulate it like we're going to go live on a different planet, but we don't want to live on a different planet. Even if we want to go there to visit, we can capitalize off of that. Yeah, that'd be great to be able to go on vacation on the moon or on Mars, but we don't want to live there. We want to live here. We understand the significance of the life source. So we rather be able to sustain our existence here. And it's like, we got to get rid of some stuff. So yeah, we're going to blow some shit up, and it's going to, and hopefully if we put them in, if we did right with the placement, it should bring how we are separated, the land masses are separated, it'll bring it back together because it'll blow from each angle, like from each, and I don't want to say each corner because it's not on the corners, they're kind of on the outside. But when it blows, it's going to kind of push everything to the middle, and then they'll be connected. And then when this happens as well, Atlantis will be able to resurface. It will resurface as well. A lot of stuff is going to be shown that has been hidden and been lost. But that's after, like, after the war that we're denying is going to happen. After the war that we think is just a myth. Like, America, I don't know why people think that America is not about that fight in life, like that there'll be no war. Like, we're too safe for that. We're like the biggest instigators in the world. Like, how, you know what I mean? Like, how can you really seriously think that this is not going to hit you in your backyard?
I think they're just like delusional because like the first thing that actually hit us in on our soil in a long time was 9/11. That shook our foundation real bad. So,
and then look at the fact that it was an inside job. So if we were capable of doing, just to move some money around, right? If we were capable of doing something, and to be able to grasp control, not just the money, because we can control your mind with this narrative, because now you live in a state of terror. When we can terrorize you, you're going to be more likely to comply because you're saving your life. But and that was just a test run. Look how long ago it was. And you were hitting year 13 coming, are we not? We're hitting year 13, but we're coming to where it's been 2025, 2026. And how long has it been? So 2001, and we're in what, 2023? That's 22 years.
2003. Yeah, 20 years
So
exactly.
I thought it was 2001, wasn't it? It wasn't 2003.
Wait, 2001. You're right. Yeah,
It's
right. So it's been 12 or 22 years.
22, 23, 24, 25. 3 more years. 3 more years from here is 26. That's why, because we're behind schedule. It would have been 25.
I get confused because I remember 9/11, and then I remember I sobered up in 2003. So those kind of go hand in hand. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like 2001 was kind of interesting year. A lot of people who wasn't like old enough to remember 2001. That was, I mean, for that time period, it makes perfect sense that 9/11 happened. I'll just put it to you that way. When you look back at all that stuff, like when I remember in the morning when 9/11 happened, you know what I mean? People were talking about it, and I was just so insensitive to the whole fact. You know, there wasn't too many people that I knew who actually comprehended what really took place. You know what I mean? Because it was just they were so desensitized, it just didn't matter to them until later on when they realized. You know,
Or they weren't allowed to be seen. For me, when stuff was happening, I was always kept blind to it. My mom raised me in a state of being blind because she always thought I wouldn't be able to handle the stuff. But stuff was always happening to me. You know what I mean? I never really had control over what I was being exposed to, what was going on, what my power was being used for, until I started to realize I have power, and there's stuff that's going on. I have a direct effect of stuff that happens, which most people do. We all do. It's just a matter of how much you're aware of it in order for your power to be utilized. And when 9/11 happened, I was in school, and I remember being in school and not knowing at all like what was happening, what was going on. I mean, like, you get told, oh, this hit the Twin Towers, and I mean, you know, because I was in Jersey, I grew up in Jersey. It's like I've been to the Twin Towers before, seeing them before. You're used to seeing them, so then it's a big deal when you go back and you travel to New York. And oh man, now it's not there. For a long time, they had like a mirage thing up there, but it's one of those. And then I'm like, never forget, never forget. That's the slogan: never forget, never forget. We want you to be reminded of this constant tragedy, because when something else hits, we don't want you to feel like it could never be you. It's kind of, like I said, like a precursor for what's to come. And then it's been so long, when you start seeing little stuff go towards it, look at how you compare it. Okay, back then, what was going on with other countries? Weren't there little teeny wars that were being had, and then now all of a sudden something tragic hit ours?
Yeah.
So is it, you know what I mean? Is it not the same cycle but in a different renderance? And I don't think people are kind of grasping onto that aspect. Well, people are, like, the smart ones are. No offense to the people that are not. We're not trying to say you're dumb. I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm just saying there's more to life than ass twerking and stuff like that. It's just like, I mean, it's happening right now, and it's going to be way worse. 9/11 is at least, like, they're not going to attack their own. You know what I mean? They kind of attack stuff that was seemingly important to them. The Pentagon. Oh yeah, and then the West Wing. Didn't the area of the White House get attacked as well? Yeah, and there was attack on the White House, the Pentagon, the stuff. Then they started just throwing stuff around to make it seem like everything's gonna go crazy. But all of this was trial runs, so we can see what did we do right, what did we do wrong, how are people's response to it, how can we gauge the response for the next go around, and make sure that it's more that we're able to maintain more control. We didn't keep that control for long. I mean, like, people went back to their regular lives because it didn't seem like it was a big deal. So we want to show you bombing kids. We want you to see on the news, and half those pictures are not real. I'm not attempting to be insensitive to the tragedy that people are really experiencing, but when I sit here and tell you that a lot of what you see is like the most exaggerated aspect of media you could have ever produced, it's the truth. We would like you to know it can happen to you. Kids will die. Kids are going to die.
See, that's part of war. And that's what I think a lot of people don't understand. Like, when it comes to war, people are gonna die, you know.
Right.
And I say the same thing about the Ukrainians, you know. It's not the EU, it's not us, it's not even Russia who's the victims. It's freaking the Ukrainian people. It's not even their government that's the victims. I mean, these people are getting sucked into a proxy war left and right, and people are dying because these political powers want to take control, and they want to try to move
they already
in.
have control. That's the crazy
No.
part. They already have control. They want you to be in a state of fear, so you're easily controlled.
Who gets control, Russia or the United States? You know what I mean? And this country
That'll
is
be
in
the
the
next
middle
war.
of it. You see,
That'll be the next war.
this country is in the middle of it. Like, they try to say that Russia wants to put in a puppet dictator or a puppet leader. They've already got one, and that's been placed in there by the UN. You know what I mean? The guy that's sitting up there talking all the good talks and saying solidarity and all that shit, he's a puppet of the UN, of the EU, of the of NATO. You know what I mean? The reason why they invaded Ukraine was because he was negotiating with the EU, and he was negotiating with NATO. But in their minds, until that point, all they could see was the owl. So maybe it was actually the Wendigo, and it wasn't aliens, or maybe it was aliens pretending to be the Wendigo that were eaten.
But they don't look anything like an owl. These Wendigos resemble nothing like an owl.
Now,
but to hear that people see an owl before abduction, I've heard that owls have symbolized.
Now the owl, or the parallels is the Wichugi is a similar being that appears in the legends of the Athabascan people. And the Athabascans is a large family of indigenous languages of North America, located in Western North America in three aerial language groups: Northern, Pacific Coast, and Southern. Carey and Potter, 2010, placed the total territory of the 53 Athabascan languages at 4,022,000 square kilometers. And from the map that they show on there, this bad boy stretches pretty much all the way up to Alaska, down into the middle of Canada, and then there's like a little bit down in the southwest area by Texas, New Mexico, and just on the edge of Arizona.
Can you share the map, or
I could?
Screen share it.
Yeah.
Then we can have visuals. But you said Texas too. That's crazy because Amarillo, Texas, is where they spotted a creature, is what they called it, and this was last year, and they didn't know what it was.
Yeah, let me see if
They
I can.
spotted it near the zoo. It looks like a werewolf walking on two legs.
Let me see if I can pull this up. I have some some cool ways of doing it, but I ain't that cool. I gotta drop it off of the full screen.
Well, if it's too difficult, then you'll have to. I was just thinking it would be a good visual for what we were talking about.
It's all right. It's a good idea to put it on there, so
just so people can see, when they watch the stream.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Now, let's see if we can get it to share. Now this isn't on the Wendigo right here. This is on the people who speak that language, the Athabascan language.
Athabascan.
Yeah. Now that right there is okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Now is that coming through good? Okay.
And I see the green shading here to the left. Fever. I'm not sure how to say that. Undoubtedly, are those all places are in Canada? Yeah, I see this. The United States are all places in Canada.
Now, up on the top area, it has what is that? Koyukan. Now that might be the Yukon, and it goes just barely into Alaska. So
where? Okay, hold on. Where? Oh, that's Alaska right there to the left at the top.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought Alaska would have been at the top to the right, where there's no green. I didn't know.
Koyukan. And then you have Tamaya, all that. Some crazy names, man. This goes all the way up. I don't even know if that's part of Alaska. Most of that. I don't even. Well, the Yukon is Alaskan territory, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I heard Yukon from before. Oh, okay. I see the line barrier right here. So all of that is Alaska, where it says what is that? Tanana? Hold on, let me see. And then Koyukan, Alaska. That's all Alaska. Let me see a map of Alaska. Oh, maybe I can have it right here.
That's pretty cool stuff, man.
Oh, okay. So the Gulf of Alaska here, Fairbanks, and so that's still Canada. But like, is all of that Canada? Like, see, it says Northwest Territories. It's like the Northwest Territories is not part of Canada, though.
It could be their territory, like how the Marshall Islands are our territories in Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico. Yeah, because it's like they're not part of the United States, but the United States owns them type thing. Yeah. But then here, the United States is owned by Great Britain, so I mean, it's just interesting.
Yeah. So, let's see now. Where am I at? I still haven't got used to doing all this stuff.
With the map and stuff?
Well, with navigating and stuff.
Athabascan language. Wonder what it sounds like. Do we have a clip of hearing the people speak Athabascan?
It would be cool. Let me see.
I'm about to look for one. Are you going to look for one? I can look for one, and you can.
You can if you can find something. That would be.
My phone is like burning up hot, and like ever since I did my show last night, my phone all day long is like seriously hot. It's burning hot. Like every time I touch it, it's just treacherous. Like I don't even want to touch it. I see asking.
No, I'll go ahead and I'll read the folklore description. You want to hear it?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, the Wendigo is part of the traditional belief system of a number of Algonquin-speaking people, including the Ojibwe, the Sultics, the Cree, the Naskapi, and the Innu. Although descriptions can vary somewhat, common to all these cultures is the view that the Wendigo is a malevolent, cannibalistic, supernatural being. They were strongly associated with winter, the north, coldness, famine, and starvation. Basil H. Johnson, an Ojibwe teacher and scholar from Ontario, gives a description of a Wendigo. A Wendigo was gaunt to the point of emaciation. Its desiccated skin pulled tightly over its bones, with its bones pushing out against its skin. Its complexion, the ash gray of death, and its eyes pushed back deep into its sockets. The Wendigo looked like a gaunt skeleton, recently interred from the grave. What lips it had were tattering and bloody, unclean and suffering from suppuration or suppuration of the flesh. The Wendigo gave off a strange and eerie odor of decay and decomposition, of death and corruption. In Ojibwe, Eastern Cree, West Main Swampy Cree, Naskapi, and Innu lore, Wendigos are often described as giants that are many times larger than human beings, a characteristic absent from the myth of other Algonquin cultures. Whenever a Wendigo ate another person, it would grow in proportion to the meal it had just eaten, so it could never be full. Therefore, Wendigos are portrayed as simultaneously gluttonous and extremely thin due to starvation. The Wendigo is seen as the embodiment of gluttony, greed, and excess. Never satisfied after killing and consuming one person, they can constantly search for new victims. The Wendigo need not lose the human's power of cognition or speech, and in some depictions may clearly communicate with its prospective victims or even threaten or taunt them. A specimen of folk story collected in the 20th century by Lottie Chickaqua Marsden, an ethnographer of the Chippewas of Rama First Nation, in which a Wendigo also exhibited tool use and ability to survive partial dismemberment and auto-cannibalism. Reads, one time long ago, a big Wendigo stole an Indian boy, but the boy was too thin, so the Wendigo didn't eat him up right away, but he traveled with the Indian boy, waiting for him till he'd get fat. The Wendigo had a knife, and he'd cut the boy on the hand to see if he was fat enough to eat, but the boy didn't get fat. They traveled too much. One day, they came to an Indian village, and the Wendigo sent the boy to the Indian village to get some things for him to eat. He just gave the boy so much time to go there and back. The boy told the Indians that the Wendigo was near them and showed them his hand where the Wendigo cut him to see if he was fat enough to eat. They heard the Wendigo calling the boy. He said to the boy, "Hurry up, don't tell lies to those Indians." All of those Indians went to where the Wendigo was and cut off his head. They went back again to see if he was dead. He wasn't dead. He was eating the juice or marrow from the inside of the bones
Oh.
on his legs that were cut off. The Indians asked the Wendigo if there was any fat on them. He said, "You bet there is. I have eaten lots of Indians. No wonder they are fat." The Indians then killed him and cut him to pieces. This was the end of the giant Wendigo. Now that's what you were just reading?
Yeah.
Wow. That's cool. Isn't that interesting? Like,
I mean, yeah, because like I didn't even think that stuff like this is like, I don't want to say real, but it's, to me, reading this makes it more real. And I could just imagine being like the warrior chief of an Indian tribe, and then some like wolfman comes and attempts to try you. He's like, "Man, I'll make a felt out of," you know what I mean? Like, I'll make a felt out of you. Like, you'll be a throw rug guy. And kind of like that's what it was for him. But then too, I was looking up like this Athabascan language. Like, it's like it doesn't exist. It's almost like they're saying it's all languages combined. That's why I was interested in seeing what it was, because Athabascan language sounds like. Because I think and then it just goes to what languages sound alike. What do you sound like in your language? Chicken, chicken, chicken. And the multilingual gibberish girl. What does 28 broad? See, it makes it seem like it's a mix of the language, and that's why I was thinking maybe it's something like the Basileia that they say is tongues, and maybe it's a universal language. I just wish I could see more or hear it.
it sounds like a lot of what me and you've been talking about with linguistics. You know what I mean? Like researching languages and it could be a combination of languages, but